Welcome in, hello, my favorite gamer words. Welcome to tonight's Wednesday stream. I hope you guys are all doing well tonight. Sorry for being extra late and gay tonight. I was on the Broken Crowd podcast, which is a podcast that Spoon, Aristocratic Utensil, that's his official name, but Spoon, and Aiden Paladin have, as well as Aiden Paladin's husband Bill. Spoon invited me on, and then apparently today's just a late and gay day because he invited me on Monday, and I was like, sure, I'll join, no big deal. And he's like, you can join whenever, you can crash it whenever, you don't have to show up on time because they stream usually when I'm like sleeping / just getting up and have to get ready for stream and everything. Right, so it's usually not like the best time unless I have like a warning in advance. And he's like, no, don't worry about it. You can crash it whenever. Come to join when well, no big deal, right? And it's like, okay, but like, I'm still gonna try to show up right on time, and I still was late to that because I could not wake up early to do that. But then I still joined, right? And they still had me on, which I was grateful. And because of that, I was like, okay, I'll do a game stream tonight. Because I'm probably not gonna have any time to get like any topics for anything political. But all the Thomas Massie stuff went down last night. Plus a couple other things kind of like piqued my interest. So it's like, and I had a lot of the Thomas Massie stuff already kind of saved. So it's like, you know what? I'll do politics after all. Let me just like kind of like gather what I had all together. But I vastly underestimated how much time it would take to do that, plus also eats. So anyways, long story short, woman has excuses, please ignore her and point and laugh. There. Thank you, Philip, for the 500 warp tokens. Thank you. Good evening, Maul. Don't look at the basilisk in the eye. I've been scolded for my comment today. Oh yeah, I've been still. So I released a video with my reaction to being the new Skybrows video, which I'm still very happy and honored to be in. And I know that's what was recommended for like with that cool dragon thing with the wires around it, but I have not had the chance today. I have not had the chance. It's been a pretty day. I'm going around the block, to say the least. And I'm planning to make another stop after tonight's stream, but I'll save that for tonight. After stream is over, well, I'll hop on to the next bus. Thank you for finally saying the podcast. I asked V 20 times and he never linked the podcast when he was in there. Oh, Broken Crown? Because, yeah, I know V's been on Broken Crown a couple times. V's a bad shill. You think with being a gypsy, he would be a little bit better shill, for his own kind, but alas. Maybe that's why he's not, because the gypsies just in general, they like to swindle you instead of, like, pocket the money. Anyways, there. That one guy from the rally was the most Balkans looking man I've ever seen. Oh yes, he like, I think when Aiden called him a gammon, that was very, very accurate. I know gammon is like not really an insult, and it's not supposed to be an insult. I'm not trying to even use it as an insult in this case. But man, if you were gonna take the leftist interpretation of a gammon and make it into a real person, that would be it. That person would be it, and ooh, buddy. Go check out the podcast later. Obviously stay for my stream, right? Stay for my stream because I'm a selfish hoe. But later, watch the VOD. And I forgot to keep on changing this because every single time I boot up OBS, I have to change the capture thingy. Let me do the audio before I forget about that too. Anyways. Yes, Broken Crown with Aiden and Spillwood and her husband, which is not in this picture, but yes. Yeah. You did a really good impression of mine for the first hour if you joined the podcast. I wasn't there for the first hour. Is that the joke? Or are you talking about the first hour I was actually there? I don't know. I'm confuzzled and scared now and confused here. And hello, Rumble Bros. Nice to see you too. I do appreciate the Rumble Bros, even though I constantly put you guys in the cuck chair. We're gonna ignore that fact there. But hello. You joining? Aw. I mean, I try to talk a little bit, but I don't know. If I only like to talk if I feel like I have something to add. But like, if I disagree with whoever's talking, then like, I don't really know what to add other than the fact that yes, I agree. Unless I can like expand upon the subject a bit more. But you know, when it comes to like statistics, that's Aiden's thing. And with Spoon, he has like different like historical knowledge and stuff. So I'm just sitting here as the dumb token Floyd. There. Generally a good podcast from the scene in the missile line. Oh yeah, they're great. I mean, I don't agree with like everything they say, and I don't expect you guys to agree with everything they say either. They are monarchists, and I'm not a fan of democracy, but I'm not a monarchist either. I don't really have a solution, personally myself, but they're great. They're lots of fun, quite knowledgeable, good people, and yeah, I like joining them from time to time. I also just realized I had to yell at Spoon or Aiden, but usually Spoon because he's an easy target. But 2 weeks ago was the 202nd podcast, but also last week and then also this week. I gotta it looks like they're losing track of the numbers here. And is this a level of autistic that surpasses even me? Yeah, she's the rare void of hyper autism that goes into like the male dominant areas like statistics and stuff like that. That's definitely something male dominated, and even then she surpasses even some men when it comes to it too. She's definitely very rare and a very good skill. Just like in general, plus the woman factor too. But sometimes the woman gets her. Sometimes the woman does in fact get her from time to time. But it affects us all. It affects us all, and you can't sadly blame us that God made us this way. And most jobs to stay there and yes. Exactly that. And I guess sort of kind of defend Trump because I'm not believe it or not, I am not as critical of Trump as they are of him. Like which is saying something. Because like I technically agree with all their criticisms, but I feel like sometimes they go not too far, right? But like I do try to kind of be like a little bit charitable here and there, kind of see like the opposite side or something along those lines. I'm pretty sure every time I spoke, it was like defending Trump or something along those lines. Bill's more base than Spoon. We had to have a base competition with them then. Amal's too much of a void. I'm sorry. Got the case of the vagina. Complain to God, not me. We don't have a culture that would support a monarch? Not in America. No. But Aiden is an expat over to, the Great Isles of England. Bill's British himself. Spoon, South African. So, like, white. Afrikaner. So, they definitely come... I mean, other than Aiden being actually legit American, but, like, she's... feels more at home within, like, British culture and everything, which is fair. I mean, that is where our ancestors came from. And frankly, I probably would, too. Based off how much of an Anglophile I actually am. But... yeah, we definitely don't have the culture here in America for a monarch, and I don't think we ever could. It literally goes against what America was founded for. The closest we could probably get would be like a legitimate dictator, right? An authoritarian. Basically what left thinks Trump is what we could possibly get. We're not there yet, and it's definitely not under Trump. But I could see it growing, right? I can see that kind of evolving, but not actual monarchy here. So, I'm just a girl, tee-hee. Yes, exactly that. I'm just a little pretty princess that has nothing in her head except for random thoughts about makeup and boys. We did kind of gush about JD Vance a little bit, so I guess that's not even really a joke there. But anyways, don't think it sounded like you defended Trump too much, as you may think. I mean, I guess that's good. I guess it depends on where you land on the spectrum, if it's good or not, if I defend Trump or not. But I mean, I don't know. It just depends, because I would, like, I just pointed that out because they are a little, I don't want to say harsh either. Like, maybe cynical? No, I don't know. I don't know it exactly how to describe it, because I also don't want to be like, oh, I'm throwing them under the bus. So I'm not trying to do that. I'm just trying to, like, Anyway, I guess I'll just move on, because clearly I don't know how to properly describe it, and I don't want to be like, oh, I'm throwing them under the bus. Yeah, they hate Trump. Fuck them. No, I'm not trying to do that either. I don't listen to Floyd, so Amal's opinion doesn't matter to me. Good, but guess what? I don't listen to femboys either, so femboys' opinions don't matter to me either. I wish Trump was half as autocratic as they say he is. Me too. Me fucking too, yeah. Bogan Crown is great. Yes, I agree. I do like them a lot. So check them out after stream, though. After this stream, because stay with me. I'm lonely. But I listen to them all because she's a man with a voice changer. Shh, come on, be quiet. Don't let that secret out. Come on, shh. You know, we don't need the world to whole know that yet. There's some new people here. I gotta trick them still with my Indian AI programming that exists out there. Trump's a mixed bag. It's hard not to be nuanced about him. Yeah, like he actually has done some good things. Like there are some white pills that I do have here. Let me get them up. Like, for example, it was announced yesterday that Trump moves to admit 10,000 more white South Africans as refugees. So hey, we might actually be able to get Spoon to come to America. He would probably kill himself before he even did that, but still. So if we're going to be taking in refugees, these are my refugees that I would actually, like, bring in myself. Like, because they literally have nowhere else to go, and Europe's not going to be taking them in. And they're white. And, like, I will defend it. I will be honest. They are okay because they are white. They are more likely to actually assimilate within American culture because of that factor. Because it is... Well, I don't want to say white culture because it's too broad of a term there. But they're definitely a lot closer. And frankly, my belief is that when you are a refugee, you should go to your nearest neighboring safe country that is the closest to you culturally and with the same language as much as possible, which is usually going to be like your next door neighbor or something along those lines. The thing about South Africa is that because it is at the very bottom of Africa, there is really no next door to go to. And so it's like, okay, so it's like America, Europe, Australia, something along those lines for refugees to actually bring them in. And you know what? I'm okay with them. I'm okay with them. Like I maybe Dutch, would be better, right? Going to Deutschland, and themselves some like either Germany, or somewhere along those lines possibly because of their ancestry, but not the worst. I will happily take 10,000 more white South Africans over one Indian in a heartbeat. Will they still be taking my jobs? Technically, yes, but be better off overall. No, we must only let in Guatemalan rapists. Oh well, sorry. I forgot to factor that in. I'm the big rape advocate after all. So therefore, we do need the actual rapists and not the farmers like the South Africans are. The 500,000 Chinese students coming in really sours his goodwill. Well, for every good thing Trump does, there's like 5 bad things, but it's still a good thing, so it's fine. It's not fun, but trying to find the silver lining a little bit here, so we're not all like doom pilling. We're not black pilling ridiculously, because there are some good things that Trump has done within the administration so far. Versus if it was Kamala, you wouldn't be getting these. whatsoever. You would be getting the 500 Chinese students. You wouldn't be getting any white South Africans. You would be getting the Guatemalan rapists, unironically. The border would be completely flooded. H1B program would be the exact fucking same. Um, things would just be worse. There would be no silver lining in Kamala. At least we got a couple good things. Couple good things here. That's Trump 1 step forward, 5 steps back. I wouldn't even go as far as say 5 steps back. Like, like, I would probably say the only thing he's done that's really 5 steps back is the Iran war. Because he's put himself in a position that he literally cannot win. And it has fucked over America. And technically the rest of the world economy because of it. Other than that, like, the 500,000 Chinese students, if it wasn't Trump, it would have been Kamala. Like, that he's just kind of going with the status quo here. He hasn't been lessening the H1B stuff, but he hasn't been expanding upon it either. That's another thing we covered on the Broken Crown podcast today, which I don't have the tabs myself pulled up. But we actually went over the amount of H1Bs that Trump has let in, as well as Obama and Biden. And they're roughly the same throughout the years here. So he's not really changing much there in both a negative or a positive way. But where was I going with this? But basically, there's nothing he's done in particular that's been, I would say, as bad as 5 steps back. But I would say there have been some things he's just not actually solving the problem, right? Like, he has ultimate power. He has both the House and the Senate for now. Which I do think he can probably keep it with the redistricting that has occurred. Now there is a chance, even with the Iran war, that the Republicans can actually keep their power within the House and Senate. When midterms roll around, he's just not fixing things. Like, he's not, like, they're at least deporting some people. Kamala would be deporting nobody there, so there's a little bit of a fix. But the legal immigration's not going to get any overhauls or changes. He's not making things exactly worse, but he is making things worse in the sense he's not doing actually solving the problem, but he's not actively making it worse. So that makes any sense here? Well, did you see that Trump just removed the PFAS limits for drinking water on top of glyphosate protections? I knew about the glyphosate protections, because like we covered that on stream a while ago now, but I didn't hear about the drinking water stuff. That sounds retarded. We already have a problem with the water not being filtered enough here in America. Why would you make it even nastier here? I can't stop staring at the Kirk gif. Hold on, what's this? Open borders leftists when they find out 50 white refugees were let into the country. Let's see, will it be copyrighted for the sound for this? Possibly. I don't really trust these things. But yeah, it's pretty accurate. Pretty accurate here. They switched from arresting illegals to arresting white Zoomers for making anti-Israel posts. I mean, they're still arresting illegals. I have not heard about arresting white Zoomers for anti-Israel posts, though. Like, if you have a source, please. If you have a source, and you're in Discord server, please send that in stream suggestions to figure out what actual white Zoomers are being for anti-Semitic posts. Because I do know the Trump administration has been going after leftists for anti-Semitism based off Free Palestine bullshit. But those are usually brown commies. And while the use of anti-Semitism is concerning, it still is brown commies. So for now, I will be warily happy about it. There. So, I think a lot of us forget he's just a 90s Democrat at heart. Well, I guess yes. Like, well, yes and no, right? Because he is a 90s Democrat, and it is the left that thinks he's literally the second coming of Hitler. Like, I feel like a lot of the right knows he's just a 90s Democrat. The issue is he's just not fulfilling his campaign promises, as he was talking about mass deportations, and now they're talking about criminal aliens. Hello? Like, all illegals are criminals because they broke a huge federal law coming into the country illegally? They are literally criminals by the simple fact they took one step over the border instead of actually going through the natural channels? What do you mean criminal aliens? Oh, you mean the rapists and murderers and drug crime. Okay, great. I don't want them here either. But I want all of them gone. What happened to those mass deportations? It's basically that's the huge problem with Trump here. That he's just not fulfilling on his more extreme campaign policies. Which is a shame. Yes, they arrested a Zoomer male nurse for making a meme shout the Jays, and a university punished a leftist for talking bad about P.E.P.E. Okay, I mean, I guess I'll just see if I can find something about it here. Let's see, Zoomer male. Let's see. Would it be like the FBI in particular that arrested? There? Hold on, I'm trying to figure out what would be the best way to do it. Zoomer male arrested for anti-Semitism? Maybe that would be the keywords? Okay, we got something from the UK. Yeah, and they're foreigners. There. Sorry, I'm trying to look this up. And there's just a Reddit post pops up. Is anyone else shaken by how openly anti-Semitic the next generation seems from r/Jewish? Okay. we got some Germans here. Okay, it's mostly the UK I've been seeing this about this. But I have not heard about this. Asmongold reacted to a video of one. Okay, well, Asmongold reacts to a lot of stuff, and I don't know how recent it was. So, and if nobody puts anything in stream suggestions, I literally don't. I don't know like what you guys are talking about. I'm sorry. I would like to know more, but I need finer details apparently because I'd be more than happy to go over the Reddit post because that sounds hilarious. But typing in Zoomer male arrested for anti-Semitism is only popping me up the UK. No. I should know I saw the Boston mayor vigorously over blocking ICE. See, that's the problem, right? That's why we can't have leftists in charge, no matter how bad the Republicans are. And trust me, not a fan of them. Leftists make things worse. So, it's still not good, but it's an absolute lie to say that it's a switch from deportations to arrest for anti-Semitism, especially if it's just one. I can see where they're coming from. Like, if it is bad as what Chad is saying, which, once again, I cannot tell because I don't know what it is. I would like to actually react to it myself. But, like, I can see what they can feel because of deportation slowing down, because it is more targeted instead of wide sweeps like it should be, because they're switching the language on purpose from criminal aliens, instead of doing legit mass deportations. But they're also prioritizing arresting for anti-Semitism. I can see where, while it's not exactly a true statement, it's one of those cases of like more hyperbole that happens when you get kind of angry about a situation because of it. Like, I can see where they're coming from doing this if what they're saying is true. Here. The male nurse, I showed it in the Artie and Fist podcast, and the university student in the Breaking Points channel. I don't know who those are. Like, I'm sorry, but like, you gotta point me in the right direction, and not like other people, because I'm not gonna scour through their content and try to find it. 'Cause I don't know where to find it at, you know? Hyperbole. Sorry. No, not hyperbole. Hyperbole. It is hyperbole, right? Now I'm getting confused. Now I'm confusing myself. I'm all over the place tonight. Maybe I should have done a game stream after all. I should have I figured my brain might be a little bit cooked, But I was like, nah, there's stuff to talk about. I want to talk about this kind of stuff. But here I am. Here I am. Hyperbole. Hyperbolic time changer. The spelling of hyperbole or hyperbole is weird for the pronunciation. Okay, so this is this is another one of millions of situations now where I read a word and I pronounce it in my head either wrong because I add or subtract letters, or I pronounce it how it technically should be, but then it's like French, so therefore it's not how it's supposed to be the pronunciation. And like when somebody says hyperbole, I know what they mean, but I also know, yeah, I also conflate it with hyperbole because they're literally the same thing, but like I pronounce it differently. Anyways, Emily is here. Oh, there. Ron Paul has spoken. I support Massie for president. Massie is not going to be win president whatsoever. Artie and Fist them all, they're good fellas. I mean, possibly. I'm not gonna deny that. I just don't know who they are, and I like to hide in my corner. And so you have to like kick me, dragging and screaming to like meet new people unless they reach out to me first. Okay, Artie and Fist. Do they not have a YouTube channel? Are they like Rumble only? I found Artie and Fist clips. But that's just clips. So, or is it rhetorically defective? Is that it? Here? Yeah, oh my god, they are long streams. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna look through a clip for like a 3-hour stream. I'm sorry. And once again, if you're in the Discord server, please put in stream suggestions. I legitimately do want to know what you guys are talking about, because it does sound concerning. But I just don't know what it is here. However, I do kind of want to read this Reddit post since I did Google it and find it to try to find the Zoomer anti-Semitism stuff, because this is hilarious. Is anyone else shaken by how openly anti-Semitic the next generation seems? I'm honestly shaken today. I came across a viral Instagram reel of what seems to be a major P.E.P.E. Not alt anything, nothing subversive, just a mainstream influencer that happened to feature a Jewish woman sharing insight about her life, and every single top comment was openly anti-Semitic. Not subtle, not coded, just straight up proud anti-Semitism, with thousands and thousands of likes on each one. Again, it was not just trolls or fringe accounts. These were normal-looking people, many of them young, effortlessly piling on. The speed, the volume, the casualness of it. I don't think I've ever felt this kind of dread. I keep thinking about what it means. Sorry, I have to break character for a moment. This is just ridiculous. Okay, let me continue on. I keep thinking about what it means that this is the environment shaping the next generation. Future voters, future teachers, future politicians, future leaders. People who will someday be making decisions about our safety, our rights, and our place in this country. And they're consuming and participating in this anti-Semitism like it's a meme. It feels like something has shifted online in a way that might be irreversible. And I'm scared. I'm scared of where this leads in 10 to 20 years if this is the cultural baseline. I'm not trying to catastrophize, but I mostly am trying to process. I know the internet amplifies the worst voices, but the sheer scale of the engagement I saw today really hit me in a way I wasn't prepared for, and it confirms anecdotes / estimates / observations that I have from my own time as an American Jew these last 3 years. Has anyone else been feeling this? How do you make sense of anti-Semitism that's not just present but popular? And how do you keep hope of when this feels like climate of our next And how do you keep up hope when this feels like the climate our generation is inheriting? I genuinely appreciate hearing how others are processing moments like these. um. Amal, you need the nose? Oh, true. I forgot the nose. I did. Though it might be a little bit too spicy since I literally just started stream. But at the same time, it is perfect for a situation like this. I just want to see what the Instagram reel is. Hold on. Hold on. Will it have any audio? Is it like... Okay, there's no copyrighted music, so let me show you this video. I don't know what it is, but I do want the context to why they were kvetching. Here, can I like make it bigger? I'm not gonna get it like a Instagram account just to watch this, but okay.
I feel
bad. Can I
bad.
restart it? For the love of all that is holy! Let's try this again. Good. Okay. Okay. No. This is so annoying. I don't use Instagram Reels. I'm not anti-Semitic enough. Okay, let's try this. Third time's a charm.
It's $500. You want to win $500?
Not today.
Oh, dude, he almost did it. They just have to quit the race, you know? I feel bad. They're like running in the rain. You're almost there anyway. It doesn't matter. You just got to give me a house tour. Yeah. Like,
she did a full marathon last Sunday.
She's calling her roommate. She might quit right now.
1 second. She said 5.
Let's go.
I commented behind because I'm a religious Jew.
She hit her steps for the day.
You know, I could see, I could see the fact that I don't like this because I can't actually rewind, but I can definitely see where the comments come up because like her physiognomy was definitely more of a hook nose right there, 100%. And then she has the audacity to be like, I can't shake your hand because I'm a religious Jew. What? What? Okay then, that seems a bit much there, but I guess, you know, religion's religion. Go back to Israel if you want to actually, you know, worship there. But like $500 to quit the race. Okay, not a bad deal, but give a house tour. Why would you trust a stranger to show your house? And then also knowing that he's recording that too. Like, I would not want that information on the internet, and definitely not for like a stranger to use. $500 is not enough for that, but of course, it's like the penny on the ground.
So it doesn't matter. Wow, this is a beautiful block.
Yeah, no, it really is.
This is nice.
Kitchen.
I wish I could rewind on this stuff because this is gorgeous. Which of course that the tiny hat here has a really nice place in New York City. You know how expensive this would probably be? That's probably like $5,000 a month. Actually, probably more than that. Because I've heard, I haven't verified this myself, but I've heard that you can get like 1 bedroom, like tiny little cube apartments with like no space, and those are like $2,000 a month in like New York City. And so actually having a nice block and a nice area plus that gigantic open kitchen just alone is probably sorry, it's probably like close to the 10,000. Sorry about that. Gorgeous and a bunch of white lights. Okay, well, it's not like run down. Like, obviously, it's very modern, but like, it's a nice kitchen. Everything's like brand new. It's a very modern style, and unfortunately, I do like the modern style. It could crucify me. Here, I do like my grays and blacks. I'm literally unironically. So and like the outside looked really nice too. If once again can't actually rewind on the video, but clearly in a very nice area. You're not gonna get the urban youth loitering around there. Like it's a pretty good place once again for being in New York City here. Um, thank you for the blessings and gesundheits. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Also, did we get rated over on YouTube? Did I get a raid over on YouTube? Raiders Dama raid. Oh, okay then. Well, welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. I hope you had a good stay. Thank you, Dama, for the raid. Mods, if you could shout her out, that'd be greatly appreciated. We are going over a variety of topics today. We got a little bit off topic. Well, not completely off topic based off the Massie stuff, but I haven't even touched that just yet. Uh, we're being anti-Semitic here, but that's another day that ends in Y. So anyway, I hope you enjoy.
Area, dining room, 2 sinks, and 2 separate sides of the stove for, like I said, mentioned before, for kosher. This guy is a Chabad rabbi.
For kosher and a rabbi. Oh my god.
You'll see him all over Kronheit. Jewish prayer book, the Festival of Purim. So this is what you would read, Hebrew and English. This is my room.
So boys are never allowed in here, right?
In Chabad, we date for the purpose of marriage. I wouldn't
date with the purpose of marriage, just like how it's always supposed to be until the past, 30-ish years, more or less, and then the culture's changed. Thanks to her relatives, her ancestors, if I'm going to be a little bit nicer there, changing the laws to allow, no fault divorce, abortions, women in the careers, and having credit cards, those are all everything civil rights have been openly backed by her kind. Supposed to make sure that white people don't date the marry anymore. That dating's just a fun little time that you don't have to be serious about. Just enjoy your youth. But for them, dating is for marriage.
Specifically bring over my date or my partner to my apartment. That's not how it would work. This is actually a painting my sister made for me of the Western Wall.
This is so pretty.
She's actually a Judaica artist, so she paints specifically like Judaica scenes. These are my medals from my races, some of them.
No medal today, though.
No medal today.
How much do you pay for rent?
So each of us pay $5.75. So one of the bathrooms, we have 2 bathrooms. Pretty standard.
Did you say $575? Both of them? There's 2 of them? No way, that apartment. This is in New York City, right? Because I'm pretty sure it was in New York City. Once again, I can't actually rewind the video to actually verify this. But still in a big city. No way. No way. It's a little over $1,000 for rent for such a nice place in a nice area. Okay. Is this one of those secret little Jewish banking things where you go in and you get no interest rate or a ridiculously low interest rate if you're Jewish, which apparently is true. I feel like it's that.
Great apartment.
This is a kosher bakery. You can just walk around a little bit.
Yeah. Different world right now, pretty much.
You'll see these on every door of a Jewish institution. It has a scroll inside with Hebrew text. Everything on the street is Jewish owned.
So you're allowed to drink alcohol?
Yes. In fact,
just a segregated part of town that's specifically for Jews. Not actually assimilating to America whatsoever. Just for them. Just for them. With a foreign language and everything.
we have certain holidays where that are specifically designated to drink alcohol. Kosher Starbucks I was telling you about, it reminds me a lot of Starbucks, and even the logo is a face. I'll take on.
There's a guy with a mustache and a beard and a hat. Just want to put that out for the logo.
The spiritual leader of the Chabad community. This is the iconic building. This is called 770.
It's the people. Oh my God! One, that is gorgeous, and not built by Jews, by the way. I can almost guarantee you that. But beside the point. And 2, the people I went to pause beforehand, just a very clearly Jewish guy just walking by. An actual white person would probably be spat on these areas.
And this is where Chabad is centered.
You guys have your own police.
I wouldn't say your own police, but we have, I guess due to the higher rates.
If I were to draw a comic of this, right? If I were to actually draw this, I would be arrested for antisemitism. This little picture right here. But okay, or really any of them. If I were to draw any of them, I would probably also be arrested. Look at those nice cars too. And it's not our own police, but it's our own police.
So anti-Semitism within the communities, we have different patrols and different people to help.
Mitzvah tank.
So it's okay for them to have their own little police force because they're so targeted. But heaven forbid white people do it, then it's just racist.
Mitzvah is a positive commandment. For example, giving charity. In general, the whole community is within a 25-minute walk of each other. You'll find different books, anything from education, Jewish games. The kids are models. Look how we look. They are dressed modestly. So
Sorry. I like how the kids are modeled after them, so they look how we look, and then it just has a really pointy nose. Once again, if a white person were to do that, anti-Semitic, but when they do it, it's fine. Also, like how they're dressed modestly too.
I wouldn't find like Barbies like with like tiny dresses. I'm a designer. I actually worked on a couple of the books here, but
That's
very
dope.
cool.
575.
Yeah.
Boom.
Thank you.
Okay then. I don't know how staged this is because just like at the same like how did I mean of course like on one hand like stereotypes exist for a reason, so of course the person that drop out of the race for $500 would be a Jew because it's like basically finding a penny in the ground. On the other hand, basically he got a free video about Jewish culture in America, or once again like I'm assuming in New York City. Also, notice how this building in the back is weirdly like I'm getting like either Indian or Muslim vibes off of this building in the background, but that's just me, and I cannot tell what this is. Just in our foreign takeover of America. Nothing big deal. Not a big deal here. And all the comments are like, can't shake your hand because I'm a Jew is crazy. Bro, this has to be staged. What? Masad! But they would have done it for $1. Coal community's crazy, yes. Just did she all hear how much she pays for rent? She must have the super Jew hookup. What? These comments are great, but it's true. And this is the Instagram reel. This Reddit post is complaining about, being like, oh, anti-Semitism. It's so bad. I can't believe people are being so mean to us. Literally, all she's doing is showing her place, talking about their own little community because they're so persecuted. Her rent is fucking dirt cheap. For living in New York City, her place is absolutely nice. And she's talking about all these specialties that they have because they're Jewish. Yeah, and we don't actually have them in America when you're whites. You do not have special privileges when you're white in America. So needless to say, of course people are not exactly happy about this situation. When actual Americans don't get this. My god. He offers free money in a merchant spawn in. It's very on the nose. I just the comments is like, not Jewish here. It's freaking me out. Like you, I'm seeing so much open anti-Semitism. It's undeniable. And these comments are under videos that aren't political or ideological in any way. These are videos of Jewish women cooking dinner, for fuck's sakes. I've clicked on some of these commenters' profiles and they're public with their names and faces and everything. As someone who isn't related to anything Jewish, I'm a complete outsider and I'm actually nervous about how this is going to play out. Don't ever think a medieval-style pogrom can't happen here and now. We're never too civilized for that. So the White Knight has to come in and be like, I will save you. You know, because anti-Semitism is bad, racism is bad. Ignore the fact that I'm being discriminated against. I'll still protect you and I'll die for you because, you know, you're a minority and it's unfair. And, you know, literally the whole entire video is her showing how she gets special benefits and white people don't. Which, by the way, don't harass this guy who made the video, right? And don't go into the Jewish subreddit and cause any uproars or anything like that, because if you do that, then they're just gonna have actual really real reasons to complain, and we don't want to actually give them that kind of stuff. But still, and this was like 6 months ago this was posted. Just shows how the tide has been turning online here. Not ideological. The entire video is, oh, we are Jewish, so we do X. So we are Jewish, we do Y. Yeah, but they don't see it that way because they're special. And it's or in this case with the White Knight, they're a minority, so therefore it's okay. They deserve special privileges from because of white power is just so oppressive. The usual don't be an ass, just laugh at the silly stuff. Yeah, I like, maybe because it's related threads, but on the side just like, why do some people try to redefine anti-Semitism to include all Semitic peoples? Anti-Semitism, again, just random ramble by anti-Semitism that I want to put out there in a safe space. Am I right to consider reporting possible anti-Semitism? Rant about anti-Semitism. A friend downplaying anti-Semitism. Am I overreacting? Okay, now I want to read this one. Okay. Oh, no. No. Okay, I just read the little update there at the end. A friend downplaying anti-Semitism. Am I overreacting? So the other day I showed a friend a video of that lecturer slash professor or wherever she was at the UCL discussing the Damascus affair and the blood libel if it might be true. My friend said she said it's a story, she's not presenting it as a fact, and I'm still stewing that she tried to downplay it what it was. This woman said the story goes insert blood libel here, and these are the things that you read, but again, as I said, do your own research, draw your own narrative. This is clearly suggesting that it might be true. Has she said there is something called blood libel, which is, and one incident was in 1840, it's known as the Damascus affair, that might have been different. It's clearly not that. I called her out on it and we somehow ended up in arguing over Israel, of course. I'm still so upset. I care about her and don't want to ruin our friendship, but I'm going to say something again. So my question is, do you agree with me that this is an issue I should be upset about? That I'm trying to convince me this incident was not a clear case of someone spreading anti-Semitic blood libel. Is something I'm correctly upset about? Thanks. Update. So I wrote her a text and it went really well. She apologized and acknowledged that she didn't understand and that she'll try harder to understand moving forward. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay. So, ignoring the situation here, and you know, just the fact that her friend apologized. Okay, so her friend cucked. Which, I guess maybe I shouldn't completely ignore the situation, but she says, I'll take it there at the end. I'll take it. Still clearly upset. Not actually forgiving their friend. They're just like, okay, well, they apologized, so it is what it is. You know, but you know for a fact, the next time they get into an argument, they're gonna bring it back up again. About, you know how that time you were anti-Semitic to me? You're discriminating against me? That's not actual forgiveness there. But of course, they don't know how to forgive because they're not Christian. Blood libel, pointing out whenever Jews fucked up in history. Yeah, because, like, I'm not even really... I'll be honest here, chat, right? Dumb, ignorant void here. I'm not exactly sure what they're talking about the Damascus affair. I haven't heard of it that I can remember off the top of my head. But obviously they're paraphrasing a bit here. But the woman said the story goes, insert blood libel here, and that these things that you read, but again, as I said, you're gonna research all your narrative. That's like, that's not clearly suggesting it might be true. I mean, it's possible, yes, but like, okay, so, like, they're saying do your own research, draw your own narrative. Literally, the person in the video is like, okay, this is how the story goes, but you should do your own research to decide for yourself on whether or not you believe it. Like, that's, like, they clearly just want the person in the video to just disavow it completely and, you know, say that the Jews can't do anything wrong whatsoever. Like, what? And now they're so upset about this? Like, the friend is correct. The friend is correct, and even if it is, you know, not actually true, which, once again, I don't actually know, but, like, even if it's not actually true, nothing what they said there is really bad either. They're upset about the fact that they just want them to create their, do their own research here. So, is it too glowing to say blood libel is their own method of gaslighting? I don't think so. Because, based off this, it sure fucking seems like this. Agreed, this is gaslighting. Yes, something to be upset about. I'm sorry your friend is not who you thought she was. They're like, no, you're not overreacting. Spence said, vile lies lead to the murder of Jews. Of course they're defending this stuff. Holy shit. Anyway, we got like way up thing. I just saw the Jewish stuff. I just had to laugh at this. Like, it's not just like, oh lol, it's Reddit, right? This is just how they act, but they're also on Reddit. Huh. It's like the whole entire thing them complaining about anti-Semitism. Though, like, French Jews are leaving en masse again. The largest Jewish community in Europe is shrinking as anti-Semitism, Islamist violence, and institutional denial to drive thousands to question whether modern-day France is safe for Jews. I mean, I'd agree. Islamist violence is actually pretty fucking bad, but it also hurts more. Yeah, it's just them complaining about anti-Semitism. It really is just them complaining about anti-Semitism. They can never not be a victim. They never actually not be a victim. Holy fucking shit. Anyways, okay, like I said, way off topic. Way fucking off topic here. But anyways, speaking of tiny hats. Here. Because believe it or not, it actually is related to it. Kentucky recently had their primaries elections yesterday, or should I say last night. And it was between Thomas Massie and Ed Gallerine, who Thomas Massie has been there for many years. I believe, if I remember correctly, he came in from 2012. So he has held power there for a long time, and he's had a pretty secure seat for the longest time. But now he lost that seat by about 10%. By 10% of the vote. Well, Gallerine won about 54.9%, while Thomas got about 45.1% here. So it's a pretty big win. A little bit surprising because Massie has kind of had it for so long, and it was a secure seat for him. Except it's not so much surprising because Trump has been at him for about a year now. Ever since the Epstein files, really, last year. Trump tweeted out yesterday, "Horrible Congressman Thomas Massie put out an old endorsement from many years ago of him by me long before I found out that he was the worst congressman in the history of our country. I endorse Ed Gallerine, a true American patriot, with Massie knows full well, so the statement that he put out is fraudulent, just like he is fraudulent. Withdraw your fake statement, Massie, right now. President Donald J. Trump." Massie was just trying to show that Trump endorsed him until basically the Epstein files happened. Because it's like, it's true. Like, Trump got into power, right? Trump became president last year. He started doing stuff, and Massie was supportive of it. But Trump promised the Epstein files. They were not coming. They were very, very slow. Pam Bondi was really fucking everything up, but it was probably more than just her. Though I'll be more than happy to pin the blame on her, because holy shit, she was awful. And Massie wanted the Epstein files. And plus, on top of that too, Massie actually reads the bills that are sent through Congress, and a lot of these times these big bills have a bunch of extra fluff in them that is not exactly fluff, it's actually quite poisonous and actually hurts Americans overall. And so part of the big beautiful bill, which is another point of contention that he had with Trump last year, was that the big beautiful bill was supposed to be funding ICE a lot more, but it also had some other aspects in it that would actually hurt Americans more. Which, I'll be completely honest, I don't remember. This was last year. I covered it then. It's been a year. I can't remember what I did yesterday. But that's the problem with these big bills, which is the fact that they're way too big. And Massie advocates for having small bills in Congress that are only a few pages long, so you can actually read what you're voting for here. There. So, like, you can have your problems with Massie, but the fact that he was this evil, worst congressman in the history of our country is a bit much, because he's actually pretty good on a lot of stuff. Like, he's not perfect, but he's the only one not funded by AIPAC, and he actually reads the bills. Like, he's not actually that bad. And yeah, he voted against an amendment that added more bullshit, including the shit that now added the AI tracking the cards. Yeah, there's also, like, the belief that he voted against the SAFE Act. No, he voted against the amendment that added that more crap to it. And now the AI that's added tracking the cars is actually passed through, and he's like, I try to warn you guys, and well, here it is. So like he's really not that bad, but he's not on 100% Trump, right? That here's this problem with the right that's having right now, or at least with like the GOP, is that you have to swear fealty to Trump or basically die, which is highly unfortunate because I support Trump. Like, I was too young to vote for him in 2016. I would have if I could have. I voted for him in 2020, and I voted for him in 2024. And I'll vote probably for JD Vance in 2028, even if he is a race mixer. Because I understand that the Democrats will make things a million times worse than a Republican, even if they're not really helping the situation. But I'm not loyal to Trump. I'm not loyal to MAGA. I am loyal to what helps America prosper and, well, as the phrase is supposed to be, make America great again, right? It's not Trump in himself, it's the policies that need to be put in place to make the country better. And Trump is the best horse in this race to do so, but it's not him. And I don't want these big, massive bills being passed through that adds a bunch of bullshit into this to make lives of Americans worse. Like another example, this wasn't under Trump, but this was under Biden with the COVID relief bill that was getting passed in 2021, which added rules for horse drugs for horse racing within the COVID relief. And then also planning to send DEI programs, gender assignment stuff, over to some African country. This is supposed to be the COVID relief bill, by the way, that passed in 2021. It was massive bill, over 1,000 pages long. That it was. Actually, I think it was way more than 1,000 pages, but my memory's failing me once again. And that's just two examples of a bill that nothing to do with COVID relief and nothing to do with actual American people. Who cares about the drugs that horses take for horse racing? It's such a small little thing. Like, wouldn't that be like state level? If it really matters? Like, why is Congress doing this and how does this have anything to do with COVID relief? Well, we're hearing about gender assignment resurgery, and gendered, study stuff being sent to Africa. It's not American issues, but that's what I know. This is once again a Biden example, but it's just another example of how these big bills are just stuff with bullshit that are passed through because the name sounds good here, and like it sucks. So. And we can kind of point at Massie and be like, okay, listen, buddy, maybe this is not exactly the time to grandstand on certain things because some things are more important than others, right? And you throwing a fit about something smaller than the most important issue, whatever that might be, it's not exactly a good look, right? Because this other thing's kind of important. Oh, once again, we're using like vague language here just because it's throw this like hypothetical situation. It's not necessarily hypothetical. He's kind of done it before in the past. But just like yeah, okay, maybe it's not exactly the time and the place to actually do it this point in time. But he's still the one congressman that actually does read the fucking bill and at least tell the American people, yeah, by the way, it's in this bill. Do you care? No, of course you don't care because the American people don't actually care about anything. They just want their gas prices to be lower and their grocery bills to be lower and to be able to go to work the next day without having to be fired. Like, pretty simple stuff there. But at least he tries. So, Sorry, I need water. Americans, can you please enforce laws against the Browns government? Best I can do is surveillance state. Yeah. Basically what we get. Yeah. And then we just have Trump lying about him on Fox News, which is great. Because I don't mind when Trump gets a little hyperbolic, right? I don't mind when he kind of jokes or gets a little bit off the truth. you know, off the beaten path of the truth, getting a little bit there, but a straight up lying about Massey's a different story.
Well, and what are you seeing? Yeah, Thomas Massey's a terrible congressman. He voted against men playing in women's sports. He voted against transgender for everybody, the mutilization of your children. He voted against, again, open borders. We have the best border we've ever had right now. Nobody's coming in. I mean, a report just came out. In the last 11 months, literally nobody has been allowed into our country illegally.
And what are you seeing?
Yeah, so he's trying to make Thomas Massey into like a Democrat here, but then Grok has to correct them. No, Thomas Massey did not vote against banning men from women's sports. He did not vote for transgender for everybody or child mutilation. He voted yes on H.R. 28, Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, passed in House January 2025, which prohibits biological males from competing in female school sports programs. He also voted yes on H.R. 3492, Protect Children's Innocent Act, passed in December of 2025, which bans gender-affirming surgeries and hormonal treatments for minors. So, the whole women's sports thing, transgender for everybody, not true. Not true. He's not like a Democrat and that kind of stuff. And the whole open borders thing was just against the whole big beautiful bill because it had spending in other places beyond just ICE. So like that was one time where I'm like, okay, you should still probably vote for it just so we actually get ICE funded properly. But you can't make him sound like he's against open borders at the same time. Because he like voted for against it, not because he's against the ICE funding. He's against the other stuff that was added into it. Like this is, we're just getting all over the place. He's just salty that Massey's going against him. And Massey did. We have a clip of Massey with an interview with CBS News. Unfortunately, the left is like lapping this up because it's infighting within the right, which does make this whole circus even more retarded in my personal opinion. Like, the whole right being a bigger tent than the left is not a good thing. Like that whole heap map meme. Oops, wrong thingy. Oh, I don't care about whatever the fuck that thing is. The whole heap map meme was lauded around as something good, that the right's more diverse, more diversity of thought than the left. The left is just a cult, blah 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 blah. Well, that's not actually a good thing. Because we do need to actually organize together, right? We can't constantly be infighting with each other if we actually want to get anything done. And so Trump throwing Massey under the bus because Massey goes against him is not a good thing. And Massey going after Trump is also not exactly a good thing either. Like, there needs to be some sort of like working together. Like, you can be able to criticize each other, but like actually going scorched earth, being like, we gotta get him out, you know, not good either, because how else do you expect us to do anything productive if we're cutting each other's throats instead of actually focusing on the problems at hand? But so the left is taking this as a win. Massey is one of the few Republicans in Congress that has opposed to the war with Iran, has voted with Democrats to ring and Trump's authority to carry out further military action without congressional authorization. He's also voted against symbolic resolutions back in Israel, as well as a resolution condemning anti-Semitism that he argued promoted censorship. Like, those are all good things in my personal opinion. Like, those are all very good things that I'm glad that he's done. Opposing the war with Iran, huge fucking mistake. You know, I don't exactly like voting the Democrats part, but I can see why they try to stop the further military action. Though it doesn't really matter because he is the president, and I don't really want, like, it's one of those cases where I don't support the Iran war, but Trump is the executive role, so like he is technically the commander-in-chief. Like, it doesn't really need authorization. Not to mention we've never actually had Congress approve a war since the World War II, so like who just cares about that kind of stuff? Feels like it's nitpicking once again. But the framing of this is mostly to make him sound like he's a good Democrat and fuck Trump. And it's like, well, yeah, like he's not a good Democrat, like, but also fuck Trump. Like, it's like, why can't two things be true at once? I hate this. I hate that we've gotten to this point where like criticizing Trump, being against Israel, you know, being against the Iran war, you know, various things like that are all like, oh, the left side likes that because you don't like the left likes it because they don't like Trump. It's like, no, I don't like the left either. Like, I'm further right than Trump, which is why I'm criticizing this. Like, just so annoying. But let me actually play the interview of Massie here. Might be helpful if I actually, have the audio playing, but it's fine.
There have been more than $32 million spent on a primary in this congressional district, which is now the most expensive House primary ever in the United States. Is it worth it?
You'd have to ask Miriam Adelson on May 20th if it was worth it. Because, they tried to buy my vote for 14 years and it was never for sale. Now they're trying to buy a seat here in Kentucky. I think they underestimated the reserve price of my constituents. They waded into this. They thought they could buy this seat with a couple million. That didn't work. And now they're throwing good money after bad. The thing that surprised me is how much money we've been able to raise.
Keep in mind, 32 million. 32 million has been spent from his opponent Gallery to win this seat in Kentucky, to try to oust Massie because he's been critical of Trump for the past year. And we covered on Broken Crown earlier, but 10 million of that was spent on attack ads against Massie. Insane. I can't even fathom how much money that is. Like, at a certain point, my Floyd brain breaks, and like after like enough zeros has been added, that amount isn't real, right? Like, if that was placed in my bank account, I'd be like, that's a joke. Like, that's not a real amount of money. That's not a real number. What's that? Like, I can't even fathom $30 million. I can't even fathom $10 million. Like, just the amount of money spent for this. Just to oust him because he's critical of Trump. It's a big number. It is a big number. It's like, I just can't think about it. Jesus fucking Christ.
I don't have 3 billionaires who want to just throw their money away. I've got the grassroots, tens of thousands of donations. Average donation for me is about $80. And we've been able to go toe to toe. A lot of that 32 million is coming from our side, but it's coming from regular working Americans.
When you say that they spent money to try to buy the seat, who are you talking about specifically?
I'm talking about the Israeli lobby, AIPAC, Republican Jewish Coalition, Miriam Adelson, Paul Singer, and John Paulson. These are the groups that have given 95% of the money to my opponent because they're mad at me over foreign policy. Now, what's interesting is my policy has always been no country is special, and no country deserves my constituents' taxpayer dollars. So I have never voted for foreign aid to Egypt, to Syria, to Israel, or to Ukraine. But the ones in Israel, since they're the biggest recipients of it, that makes them a little bit mad.
What's so wrong about helping defend Israel from Iranian threats?
We've got debt. I mean, at least with NATO, there's the promise of a reciprocal arrangement. With Israel, it's completely one way. And
Ayo, based and true. Red-pilled, you could maybe say. But completely true. Like, it's a foreign country. Who cares what happens in the sandbox? Like, it's not America. Whatsoever. Like, who fucking cares? The sandbox is constantly at war with each other. And the Muslims are horrible people. The tiny hats are horrible people too. But it's none of our fucking problems because we're neither of those. We're Americans. So why are we funding a war? Why are we sacrificing our military might and our men over for, shitting in the sandbox for the 50th time? Because we've never seen the fucking leave the sandbox. And it's been admitted multiple times that Israel actually dragged us into this war too. Excuse me, sorry. There. Like, it's not America's problem. And Massie is right. It's not a reciprocal thing. It's one way. Like, with NATO, I don't really like NATO either because I don't really think it's that reciprocal either because of the fact that I love Europeans, right? And when I say Europeans, I mean the individual countries and their culture. But the European Union and the individual presidents or prime ministers of these countries are very global homo. Extremely global homo. And Trump, for all his faults and all his good things too, he's not as global homo whatsoever. He's more Israeli than he is World Economic Forum. Which, yes, obviously World Economic Forum and George Soros all have the same connections there, so you can definitely argue it's, you know, two sides of the same coin. But he's not actually really playing ball with them either, and so it has caused massive contentions with the rest of Europe, at least the European Union leaders more specifically. So the NATO thing doesn't really work out too much either, but at least there's a stronger argument for NATO than there is Israel.
They've drug us into wars. They've convinced us that Iran is just days away from a nuclear weapon, and they're perpetually that way. This is not our war. Israel, for instance, funds abortions publicly. I think a lot of Republicans would be aghast to know that we're giving $3.8 billion a year, every year, to a country that funds public abortions.
You know that kind of criticism doesn't sit well with fellow Republicans, at least in the House Republican Conference, that there are others who've accused you of all sorts of things regarding Israel, regarding the state of Israel, regarding the Israeli government, regarding Jewish Americans. Are you anti-Semitic?
Oh my god, Massey's face is perfect for this too. It's just like, yeah, you've been kind of critical about, you know, Israel and stuff and Jewish Americans. I was gonna pause because they're like, oh, there we go, another hyphenated American, not actual real Americans, hyphenated Americans, to show that their loyalty is first and foremost to someplace else, and then American second. But then he dropped the whole, are you anti-Semitic? And Thomas Massey sitting there like, holy fucking shit, of course. Of course. Of course. Gotta bring that up to the magic word.
Trying to tell you that it's anti-Semitic for me to expose the fact that the Republican Jewish coalition has spent millions of dollars in this race, that a dual citizen, Miriam Adelson, who even Trump says is more loyal to Israel than the United States, has spent millions of dollars in this race. Those are mere facts. And it's
Okay,
really...
but it's a yes or no. Are you anti-Semitic or not?
Oh, hell no.
Okay.
I'm hell no anti-Semitic. But here's the danger.
Oh, I am. However, Massey's still a politician, and sorry. And of course, he's gonna say no. And plus, here's the thing, right? The anti-Semitism is growing, and we were laughing at the r/Jewish post earlier. It's growing because of the double standards here. Like, it's the Jews saying that it's anti-Semitic to criticize Israel that makes anti-Semitism popular. Because if criticizing Israel, a foreign country, is anti-Semitic, then yeah, I'm anti-Semitic then, because I can have opinions about foreign countries, especially a country that has a lot of power and control and influence, where you have a whole entire group that's a whole entire thing is to lobby with a shit ton of money our politicians to help advance their interests. So yes, I'm going to be critical of them. If that makes me anti-Semitic, then so fucking be it. I don't care. And that exact mentality is what's making anti-Semitism rise, because people don't really care anymore being called anti-Semitic, because that's the definition of anti-Semitism. Like, hence why this journal, which, I mean, journalists aren't people, is being asking this question in the first place. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, if I don't know, let's see, Anglophobic if I criticize Keir Starmer and how he runs England? What? Like, and what's going on over in England? Am I I don't know, Chinese phobic or whatever the case is for criticizing China and the damage it does to America, and the fact that it's other than Israel is the biggest threat to us, not Russia? Like, are we going to be playing these games here? Like, if that's the case, then so be it. I really don't fucking care what labels you try to toss at me, because my opinions are my opinions, and they're rooted in this reality here, these facts at hand. Plus, there's also the fact that I'm not going to deny this too. It really is every single time. It really is every single time that they always have their grubby hands and their long noses sticking in everything. But that's beside the point here.
That AIPAC runs. They've been too cute by a half. They've tried to get Mike Johnson, and he's willingly done this, conflate in resolutions on the House floor that anti-Zionism equals anti-Semitism. Or even worse yet, that if you don't support Benjamin Netanyahu's war in Gaza, then you're anti-Semitic. That's absolutely false, and it does Jewish Americans a big disfavor to equate the two.
Now he's trying to flip the table on him. But the sad fact is these Jewish Americans, right? These hyphenated Americans are those same ones pushing this. So they don't really care. They don't really care. And yep, APAC tracker Thomas Massie, $0. Versus his component, Gallerine, which by the way, this is not the money he's actually spent, right? This is not the money that he's actually spent in his campaign. This is the amount of money Apex has given him, just because. Just so for him to do what he pleases with it. $15.5 million to spend as he pleases. Does not include the $30 million that was given to him, or at least, sorry, that was spent on the campaign, making this the most expensive house primary ever for it. And even with all the money that is being spent, sorry, I do not like my Brave tabs. I need to figure out a better system on my Brave tabs. I keep on complaining about them, and it just never works out. It just never works out. But anyways, even with all that money there, god damn it, there we go. It's only the boomers that voted for him, really, or voted against him, I should say. Sorry, my apologies. Because remember, Thomas Massie still got 45% of the vote, which is unfortunately less than what he should have. But not that surprising when you do actually factor in that boomers vote much more than the younger generations do. And boomers voted for Gallerine significantly more than Massie, with 65% voting for Gallerine and 35% voting for Massie. Versus if you go for any younger generations, 45 to 64, 30 to 44, and 18 to 29. It's all over 50% voted for Massie. So 45 to 64 voted 53% for Massie. 30 to 44 equals voted about 65% for Massie. 18 to 29, 78.5% for Massie. But unfortunately, these people are smaller voting blocks, especially in the case of the Zoomers, which overwhelmingly voted for Massie. Which Zoomers are more radically right, at least especially when it comes to males. That just didn't really matter, because boomers are the biggest voting bloc, and they always will be the biggest voting bloc until they start, dying, essentially, because they're the only ones that still have faith in the system. They're the only ones that turn on Fox News, trust the plan, and if Trump endorsed Gallerine, then that's a good thing. And so when they hear $30 million worth of ads between the radio and the TV, they're gonna think Massie bad, Gallerine good. Combine them all together, hence why we got the results, so we have the results here. So, Day of the Pillow approacheth. Yeah, it's... I know that Day of the Pillow doesn't mean actually, kill boomers. But it always does make me hesitate to support it, since my dad's an actual legitimate boomer. I really don't want him to die, but I also know that the boomers are holding us back significantly with their voting patterns, and with how much property they have, the fact they keep selling it over the Black Rock and then taking their endless vacations, and all that fun stuff. In fact, actually, I found out yesterday that I'm going to be kind of a part of that. I love my dad dearly, but he told me yesterday that his plan is to fixing up the house in certain places, and then he's going to be selling the house probably next summer, not this year, but in 2027, late summer of 2027 is when he's planning on selling the house. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then he invited me to stay at the place that he's getting with his new wife when he does so. So he's not kicking me out. He's not telling me that I have to go, fuck off on my own. I'll probably get the same deal that I have here that I have now. So it's not like he's abandoned me or anything like that. But it's just okay, well, we're selling the house. Okay, cool. Like it could be, it could be a lot worse. It could be a lot fucking worse. But it does kind of makes me sad because, like, I don't want to sell the house. I don't, because like even though I have lots of bad memories, it's still a nice house. You know, we still got a pretty yard. I live out in the middle of nowhere once again. Unfortunately, they are building closer and closer to us, so like I don't know if I actually would stay there. And there's problems and everything, but like my dad and his family actually hand built the house too. So like it's not like this was like a pre-build or anything like that. Like literally the whole Boomer family all got together to build this house because that's what happened back in the day. Like all those different things, you know, like I don't know. I helped with the modeling process. I don't know. It makes me sad to think that the house might be eaten up by BlackRock, and then they're gonna take the land and just replace it with like more houses on it, because all like the farmland around us is being sold off one by one, and like and it's getting scary how close that these additions are getting, and I'm like oh, there. But at the same time, like he's like I said, he's not actually like he's kicking me out or anything like that. Like we're just gonna move from one place to the other next year. But so like, oh, well, that's the Boomer mentality once again. And he literally said that his plan with his wife is that they're gonna be snowbirds and taking vacations in the wintertime and traveling a lot. Which I'm like, okay, well, I mean that's fair, right? You know, their time, their money, and they can do what they want with it. I'm not gonna get anything. It's fine. Oh, you're not getting closer to the city, I hope. No, not gonna be closer to the city. And once again, this is like next year, right? Not this year, like next year. So we're talking like a year and like a fourth away. That's what that is planned. So plans could possibly change. Like, you know, who knows? Well, that's what he told me yesterday. And I was like, okay. I knew it was going to be happening ever since he got married. Like I knew something was going to be. And my plan was, like, if I got kicked out, that I just live in with my sister. Just move in with my sister. So I'm kind of glad that I don't have to do that. I love my sister, but at the same time, there are some drawbacks to it as well. So no, but don't you want to live alone? No. Like, I'm a woman. I should not be living alone. Like, I don't... What's the point of me getting my own place? Like, logically. Well, logically, what's the point of me getting my own place? Like, the rent is ridiculously expensive. Because, for two reasons. One, the foreigners, both illegal and legally here. They all need to be deported. Due to that, things would drop significantly. But the second reason that places are so expensive is because women do live alone. Because they are the girl bosses, because they have the most amount of jobs and high paying jobs, because of the DI policies that are kicking white men out of the universities and job market there. And so they are getting their own apartments and living alone. So when you double the workforce and decrease the wages that way, and then you also double the demand for living spaces, then you increase the rent that way. So it's a lose-lose all around. And while one person like me is not going to be really affecting that, because, you know, I'm not, like, obviously I'm just one person, I'd be feeding into that system. And why would I want to pay 3 times the amount I pay right now with my dad, to live on my own, when I could just live with him and then just pay him, like, which is significantly cheaper? Like, I pay him rent, I pay half the electricity bill, though that will be increasing to more than that, because I did talk to him about the AC situation finally, and I finally convinced him just to let me pay more of the electricity bill if I can just have lower AC, so the house is not 80 degrees anymore. And he finally agreed to that, so I'm really grateful about that. I pay phone, I pay car, like, you know, like, I pay for my own groceries, I take care, I'm the house daughter, I'm the stay-at-home house daughter, I vacuum, I mow the lawn, I cook for myself, You know, I take care of the communal areas and various things like that. You know, like why would I want to live alone and pay 3 times the amount I pay my dad, which is at least for my dad after all the years he's been taking care of me, just to live alone, feed into that system, and then get myself into thousands of dollars in the debt that whenever I do get a boyfriend and husband would have to also burden. Like even why would I want to do that? It makes no logical sense. Like, yeah, would it be nice to live alone? Yeah, there is part of me that kind of, you know, does kind of want that experience because to get my own personal space. But at the same time, I already kind of get that because I have my own room. I have this little storage room office, and you know, my dad and I have different schedules, so I don't see him all that often, which is a good and a bad thing, right? Because I do like the living alone process, but I also know that his time is getting nearer, so I don't really want to be like, you know, oh fuck my dad, you know, oh my dad's awful, whatever the case is. Don't want to be around him. I don't want to do that, right? So it just makes no logical sense for me to go out on my own. Why should I? Why should I? So you can do that at your own place, but I do understand your position. Yeah, it makes no logical sense. It's so much cheaper to live with my dad, even if he does sell the place, right? And it sucks that he's selling the place. Because it's a nice thing. Like, I don't really even have good memories. My whole entire life, my whole plan was actually just to move out and to get away because of the bad memories I have here thanks to my mom. I cannot deny that. Now, she died a while ago now. And we have renovated the place. And it is a nice place. And and my biggest thing is because the family actually built the house. But that's the big thing, right? The family built it with their bare fucking hands. And we're kind of throwing away instead of being passed down through generations. Like it should be. Like it always was. But that's more of a sentimental thing and not actually logical. And I'm not really being kicked out. I'm just being, you know, I'll just move into wherever he goes next. being carried around like a pet, you know? So it's like, I can't complain. I really can't complain here. Despite it all. So, anyway, where are you gonna go after he sells it? Still with him. If I don't have a husband, you know, by next year, I'm still gonna be with him. or if it doesn't work out, I guess my sister. Because I don't want to move in with somebody before marriage. I want to be married and then live together. But then again, if the guy doesn't want that, then I guess he's a little bit more willing to compromise. But I'm not exactly a fan of that, frankly. But you know, it's a process. It's a process here. Anyways, so but back to Massie. And the boomers. Like there's clearly an anti-Israel voting bloc, or at least or maybe like pro-American. And it depends on how you like look at things, right? Because you don't actually have the breakdown for like the issues they voted for, like why they actually voted for Massie. But obviously the younger generations see the fact that sorry, I'm burping. They see what Trump has and hasn't done, and they see the amount of money that was being poured into Gallery, and they weren't able to exactly buy into the myth. There's also the propaganda aspect too that cannot be forgotten, that boomers do love watching TV, and not just like anime or Netflix, you know, watching a TV show on whatever streaming platform, like regular ass, you know, satellite TV or antenna TV that still exists out there. And they also listen to the radio a lot. They don't really, you know, use Bluetooth all that much, so they're gonna turn on the radio when they're going to work or traveling or whatever they're doing with their boomer time. You know, they go home and relax and they watch Fox News and they see all these ads, $30 million worth of propaganda, and they keep on hearing Gallery, Massie bad, betray Trump, evil, you know, oh my god, and then, you know, Massie bad. and so they're gonna vote for Gallerine too. Versus the younger generations, not as much. I mean, we got the Gen X's here that you know, will still listen to the radio a bit, you know, still watch TV a bit, you know, especially when there's a little bit any crossover or bleed over from the boomer generations, but not as much, and as it gets younger and younger, less so. There. I lost respect for Massie at his speech, and then looked at his records and actually got angry with him. Why so? Why so? I'm not saying Massie is perfect, right? I know he's got some flaws. Like, he's a little bit too much of a libertarian. Like, dude, I've been kind of like sucking Massie's dick here. But, I'm not gonna say what I was thinking there. Anyways, but, like, one thing I remember seeing of him was this clip about, like, blacks, like, the urban youth, and how they should have guns. It was, oh God, how, it wasn't just simply like, okay, the urban youth should have guns, but like, he's a libertarian through and through, which is why he is such a big proponent of small bills, you know, going against the grain for certain things, less government overreach and stuff, and that including the fact that it has something to do with the urban youth and basically gun crime, and how they should be handled there. Like, he's unfortunately a little bit not much of a racist, as racist as I wish he would be when it comes to the urban youth problem. But I don't have the clip on hand, and I can't exactly remember all the finer details. But I saw that and I was thinking, God damn, are you serious? I know you're a libertarian and all that fun stuff, but come on. Come on. If you gotta think it's a little bit unfair that we have all these strict gun rules, because we do have pretty strict gun rules, all things considered. And the blacks can just flaunt this on Instagram reels with all these illegal guns, technically. But if a man gives a shotgun, sells a sawed-off shotgun, sorry, too many S's. It's like, Sally sells seashells at the seashore. Man sells sawed-off shotgun. Anyways. Oh, then he has the Fed, you know, swat at his house and be up for a standoff for a week after murdering his dog and his wife and his children. Okay, that's totally normal here. There. So, let me see. What was this tab? Oh, the funny thing is too, Stephen Miller, it was supposed to be our guy, right? The based Jew, got community noted 4 times in the past 24 hours. It's insane. Massie voted to defund ICE. Readers out of context. Massie voted against the January 2026 Department of Homeland Security funding bill due to its funding for CISA, a cybersecurity agency he opposes as enabling censorship, not to opposition to ICE funding. The OBBB, the Big Beautiful Bill, passed by a single vote. If Massie had succeeded in killing the bill, he joined all Democrats to oppose it. The current budget ICE, HSI, and BP would be 0. Community note. One Big Beautiful Bill Act provided supplemental funding for ICE, HSI, and Border Patrol, but it was not the sole source of funding. Their core budgets are set by separate annual appropriations and would have not been zeroed out if the bill failed. Yeah. Plus, not to mention, no, that was a save that was the amendment, not the one beautiful bill. But I forget. I know I covered the Big Beautiful Bill last year, but like, there was some really shady stuff within it. But I can't remember what's the top of my head there, because the big thing was actually more funding for ICE. But it was a massive bill, and the bill shouldn't be that big. However, I will say, because once again, I've been sucking Massie's dick a bit much tonight. Going back to what I was saying earlier, there are bigger issues at hand than certain smaller issues, and immigration, right, is my, at the end of the day, basically my top issue. I do not like Israel one bit, right? But that I don't really like Israel because it's dragging our attention and focus away from the actual issues at hand, and our money's going towards them instead of staying at home. So if we rather to use that time and money and use it to actually deport, actually go through with the mass deportations, they could have their little war in Iran as much as they fucking want if we got mass deportations. Literally. Like, I know, not saying I'm gonna be a super big fan of the Iran war still, but I will happily let them bomb the fuck out of Muslims if I could just deport all the spics. That's like, I'd happily more than happy if that were to happen. But no, it's not happening. So we're bombing Muslims, which is good, at the cost of literally everything else. And it's like, okay, well that's not good now, because the Muslims are gonna blow themselves up. Like, we don't need to actually do that too. So, but going back to this point here, like, working together actually fund ICE and actually give them more power is a worthwhile cause, even if there are some not so great things within the big beautiful bill. But yeah, that is one Massey's flaws, is that he's not exactly a team player when it matters for big things, and that sucks because because there's a time and a place, and that's neither the time nor the place here. Then Massey has one of the single most conservative districts in all of America and votes with Democrats on almost all critical votes. Give me your notes. False! Representative Massey votes with Republicans 90 to 91% of the time and has a strong conservative ratings. Heritage Action Lifetime 83%. Recent Sessions 84 to 96%. That's a huge difference, but I'll leave it be. He mainly opposes big spending and foreign aid bills. Kentucky 4 has an Republican 18 plus, like plus 18 there. So it is a pretty deep red area, but he votes with Republicans majority of time, except for when it comes to foreign aid bills, which is a uniparty issue that both Republicans and Democrats love dearly, whether it become Israel or Africa. Yeah, not great. Israel's a problem, but not my number one issue. Don't really care as long as we're getting deportations. Yeah, basically my stance. Like, if we can get mass deportations, and the key word there is mass, because these little single targeted criminal alien stuff it's not cutting it. It's really not fucking cutting it. It's crazy how weak the administration has become within the past year and the amount of momentum they have. But we're not getting mass deportations like we're promised, but we are getting Iran war, which was actually promised that we wouldn't get, because Trump did run the fact that he wasn't going to start any new wars, and he was very proud of the fact that he was the first president to not start any wars this first time around, and he actually was lauding himself, and putting himself on a pedestal for actually ending wars, and yet here we are in a new fucking war, and no mass deportations. So he chooses his battles poorly. Yeah, that is a flaw. That is something he is bad at, I will say. But he's not this huge, massive demon that the Trump administration is trying to make him into. And the fact that the biggest thing is, I think the biggest thing that really gets me going about this story, because like Massey losing to Gallrain wouldn't, I don't know if I would care as much about it. Like, Massey's a big player. He's a well-known politician. I might have made a small segment for it. Nothing too big. But the crazy thing is the fact that how much money was spent on him to oust him. The $30 million. Like, it's insane. I don't have the tab pulled up, but I know we covered in Broken Crown that Massey's campaign was $5 million. $5 million for Thomas Massey was his campaign. All grassroots. No AIPAC funding. Right? Well, I shouldn't say all grassroots. I'm sure he probably has some big donors himself. Right? But $5 million. Gallrain had over $30 million. That's what? That's like David and Goliath, except Goliath actually fucking wins in this story here. You can't, like, what are you supposed to, like, that's not fair. Like, that's not fair whatsoever. Like, it's just ridiculous. And of course, the right's a part of the right's coming out because once again we're divided. Because you can't actually get along without the stupid infighting. They're like, you supported Massie because you're stupid. You align yourself with the left because you're stupid. Oh, well, Thomas Massie goes against Trump, so you vote for you're a leftist. Oh, blah 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 blah. And it's like, no, you can criticize Trump without being a leftist. You can support Massie without being a leftist. You know, or be neutral on him, like more like what I am. Like it's not that deep here. Everyone when I talk about leftists, apparently 85% of donors who contributed the maximum amount allowable to Gallering's campaign have a history of donating Democrat candidates. Ideological review of the Federal Election Commission records found. That's a lot of money. And a lot of people who previously voted the Democrats. Who's the leftist supporting a candidate? That's what they're trying to do. That's what they're trying to fucking do. Fucking easy. Just nothing. Like, I didn't from Trump and that Trump was trying to kick him out. I don't live in Kentucky, so maybe that's it. But, like, I don't know. I also don't listen to the radio either. But, like, just doesn't bother debating. Doesn't want to engage. Just sit back and let the money do it. Let those $10 million attack campaign ads do the job instead. Okay. Like, not even actually trying. And somehow there's nobody that could literally fucking nobody here. Like, never didn't do any debates. Never really was involved in politics before. Apparently he was a Navy SEAL, but nothing like too crazy. Just literally came out of nowhere, but had $30 million to his name and won 55% of the vote. Okay. Well, that makes me want to talk about it, especially when it's been quite a year for Israel. I mean, with literally the P.E.P.E account coming out saying, add Gallering's victory in Kentucky and Clay Fuller's win in Georgia ensures two outspoken pro-Israel voices are positioned to fill the seats previously held by outspoken detractors. Thomas Massie and Marjorie Taylor Greene. Our community was proud to help pro-Israel candidates win these races. So they're just openly admitting the fact that they're happy that Israel is funding and ensuring their elections in America. Like, you have to be pro-Israel to win your seat. Or else, if you're a detractor, you will lose the seat and lose everything. Why? Why does Israel matter to America? Well, you know why. That's all it is. Plus, there's the fact that, they bought TikTok last year and censored it. Larry Ellison did with his media companies. By CBS uncensored, by CNN uncensored, by Influencer with that $7,000 that they went down to $5,000. They got 5 pennies. Charlie Kirk gets assassinated. TPSA becomes more Israel. Geo-fence churches. 1,000 pastors become Israeli ambassadors. Replace Marjorie Taylor Greene with pro-Israel. Replace Massie with pro-Israel. Here. Just... like... It's kind of crazy how much more power Israel is getting in the past year versus the rise of anti-Semitism at the same time. It's actually kind of interesting because they are obviously very heavily related. It kind of seems like if something more pro-Israel happens, which makes more people anti-Semitic, which then makes them want to attack even harsher, and so they do something even more pro-Israel. And then that makes more people anti-Semitic. So, like, a vicious circle. That's how it kind of feels. As it's been ramping up. Like, we were laughing at the r/Jewish subreddits earlier. And the posts were reading like 6 months old. But the Instagram reel was also around that, that age too. With the jokes. And things really haven't changed in the 6 months. If anything, like, it's anti-Semitism is still doing well and thriving today. Though you can maybe make the argument that there's this push about low IQ anti-Semitism, and I don't know. I don't know how I feel about the whole low IQ anti-Semitism. Like, there's definitely some sort of, like, there's definitely an argument there where, like, if you just go around saying, it's the Jews, like, or like, oh my god, like the Alex Jones clip, Jews. Like, obviously going around doing that is not going to be solving any problems, right? It's not going to be helping your side. It's going to make you look worse. So you can't, you need to pick your time and a place to make your point. But at the same, like, so that would definitely be a case of, like, low IQ anti-Semitism. But I also do kind of worry about the low IQ anti-Semitism being a not like it's more fear, it's more cowardice, right? That like, okay, now that anti-Semitism has become normalized, which by the way, it used to be the normal position to be anti-Jews 100 years ago because they're foreigners. You know, foreign people don't belong in America or the West because they're not. Like, that's that simple. So like, it can totally be handled by normies. But it almost seems like it's fear that the more popular that anti-Semitism grows, the more Israel's going to act out in vengeance. Which I can see the truth because it really seems like it's happening. But still, like, I don't know. Yeah. So, like, you mean like the shooters shot the mosque instead? Yeah. I haven't covered the whole mosque shooting thing. I should have done it one day. But now I kind of feel like it's a little bit too late. But I know we kind of talked about on Broken Crown earlier today about the mosque shooting that happened a couple days ago by these spics that may or may not have been trannies, but apparently loved Hitler. And their supposed manifesto, if it once again is the real manifesto, was literally the whole like a whole paragraph saying it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews, it's the Jews. And it's just like, this is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Like, it feels almost like a psyop in itself, right? Like that. I don't want to say it's fake, right? I don't want to be like the Alex Jones and Sandy Hook type of situation. I'm not saying these people didn't actually die, but it does feel like a little bit of a psyop with the whole mosque shooting, because you take these Mexicans, who may or may not have been trans, and they shoot up a mosque. Yet the whole entire manifesto is blaming the tiny hats for the problems, and saying, and making all these like online right talking points and talking about how they're accelerationists. And it's like, if you were to paint a horrible picture of the online right, this is how you would do it. Because now if you hold the same opinions that are in the manifesto, which other than the fact of the shooting happening, and the fact that we're calling for Trump and others to be assassinated, right? They go a couple paragraphs up, like, I would basically agree with what they were saying. Like, if you agree now with these shooters, then you're a shooter yourself. You're radical. You support them. You want people to die. Like, no, I don't want that. But because their manifesto has these opinions, if you dare say these opinions, you will now be lumped in with them. Like, it feels like it's a purpose. Like, it's done on purpose. Like, these weren't actually genuine beliefs. They just took typical online right talking points you could find off Twitter, threw it into a manifesto, and then had the spics go shoot up a mosque. Just to paint it all bad. Like, and to also kind of make the situation kind of ridiculous because of how much they loved Hitler. Also, apparently one of the people that died also loved Hitler too, and they're Muslim. It's funny how that works. Everyone loves Hitler. Hitler's the greatest guy. Bro thought he was on the team, yeah. So... man. But it's just unfortunate. Just a fucking unfortunate here. Baby's first false flag narrative. Yeah. That's how it fucking feels. I'm generally adverse to calling tragedies and events, like false flags and fake, because like people did die, and while they're Muslims and I don't really care about them, right? People did die, so bad. Death, people dying, bad. Shooting up mosques, bad. Like disavow. And so I'm usually hesitant to do so, but like the whole situation, from what I know about it, is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. There's no, like, I know we live in clown world, but it's hard to take it seriously. Like, it's a real, I mean, it's definitely a real attack because people died, but like their motives were genuine in a lot of ways. So, you're a lot browner than I thought. A blue-eyed Aryan man, 420. Basically. Sorry. Let me blow my nose and cough a little bit. Just 1 second. Israel's trying to get more influence, but it won't work once Trump's term is up. Short-term game only. I disagree. They already have a lot of influence within the Democrats and the left. They're not directly funded by AIPAC as much as the right, though there's still a decent amount of Democrats that are funded by AIPAC. But the money that Israel spends does go in other places. Like, the problem with... This is why people call it a uniparty, or two sides of the same coin. Or, you know, leftist Jews and right-leaning Jews, you know, shaking hand to destroy the white race. Is because the money is still going to hurting America in the West. So you have AIPAC here to weaken the Republican Party and to cause the infighting and to not actually solve any problems, and focusing more on the war hawking in the Middle East. But then you have the leftist Jews that are like George Soros that fund Act Blue, which is the main funding of Democrats to bring in more immigration, more at least illegal immigration. The right cares about more legal immigration themselves. The World Economic Forum and the various other cabals like that. And various other similar programs that mostly focusing on, or DEI programs too. Which DEI is not dying, contrary to popular belief. And all of them focus on basically hurting white Americans and the Western world. So, it is a problem overall. And until it's completely severed out from the Western world, it will never be a problem. Or at least specifically America, because at the end of the day, I am American, and that's my main point of contention there. So, until then, there will still continue to be a problem beyond Trump. Beyond Trump. It just won't be as direct and obvious as it is now. Unless it's another Republican. So, yeah. So, sorry, I'm looking at chat to read alphabet because I feel like I've been kind of ignoring you guys tonight. And it looks like you guys are debating a little bit. And I'm like, wait, hold up. When you guys debate, I never know where to start. So I feel like I'm like in the middle of a fight. So I'm like, okay. Which is, by the way, obviously keep on debating as you want in chat. Just be respectful. Don't schizo out. No caps lock. No name calling or slurs or anything like that. So I know there's a little bit of a point of contention here. Just be nice. Be nice, or I'll have the mods come out and bonk your asses. Murder? Rape and murder? So what were my other tabs here? Oh yeah. So supposedly the AIPAC account is behind as a leftist account, as 2A Harris has connections. The Twitter.com social is connected to the AIPAC account, and the person immediately locked their account and changed the profile photo and everything like that. So, yeah, a little bit suspicious. Obviously, you know, don't actually harass them, unless the posts are protected, so it's kind of hard to harass them. But regardless, don't actually do so. And it's possible that's why they did actually lock their account, but it just a little bit strange and suspicious that supposedly this account that is running the AIPAC account has connections to it. Just lock their account, change the profile pic, and everything like that. It just shows that, you know, once again, the left and the right working hand to hand to destroy the whites here. Yeah. I will not harass them, yes. Do not send any Kamala the Hyena Harris stuff to them. Interesting that fits in my earlier theory that was to try to make Trump look bad. Well, I mean, yes and no. Like, it's Trump lives like his own little echo chamber here. Right, that's the thing. Like, there's this clip from earlier today, where he got 99% approval rating in Israel. He could run for prime minister. I'll play this for you. It's a joke, but there's a problem with the joke.
I'm right now at 99% in Israel. I could run for prime minister, so maybe after I do this, I'll go to Israel, run for prime minister. I had a poll this morning. I'm 99%, so that's good. But I'm right now.
So he's like, I could run for prime minister, so maybe I'll do this after I'll go to Israel and run for prime minister. Like, it's a joke. Like, you shouldn't exactly take it seriously. He's not actually gonna move to Israel after he's done. But it shows that him being pro he's clearly surrounding himself with people that do not let him know like that he's got let me phrase this. Sorry, I'm being retarded. He's surrounding himself with an echo chamber of people that doesn't let him know that he's got any criticism for his actions with the Iran war or the deals with Israel here. Because, like, JP Sears quote tweets it with, Trump has 99% approval rating in Israel and a 35% approval rating in America. It's clear which country he serves. Welcome to the United States of Israel. Like, it's basically that kind of sentiment here on the online right. Now you can make the argument, oh, okay, well, it's just Twitter. It doesn't actually reflect real life. Whatever the case is, but it kind of does. Like, it's not obviously one-to-one in any way, shape, or form, but if you go back to the election results, if I could actually fucking find them again in my mess of fucking tabs here, wherever it was. Sorry, there it is. Like, the Zoomers overwhelmingly voted for Massie, and same with the Millennials and Gen X's. Now, we could maybe wonder why they did, and it could be various different reasons, but it's not one-to-one, but it obviously does affect real life. The younger generations are becoming more radical, and it shows. But when you have Laura Loomer, who has openly talked about on her little podcast how she purposely sabotaged and kicked out Tucker Carlson from the Trump N group, where she literally said that she went to Trump showing clips of Tucker Carlson being critical of Trump, so he would be kicked out, and then started having phone calls with him every single day. And Laura Loomer is a completely pro-Israel, Israel first over America person, and person is the definition there, but yeah, it's like, okay, he's clearly being shielded around from any criticism of the Iran war and what he's doing with Israel, so he's fine making this joke because he doesn't realize how bad it makes him looks. Or how people are on the right, his base does feel betrayed here. There. So, yeah. Zoomer often, yeah, the Zoomer often. Oh, but okay. Loomer's name is Jigsaw. Please respect her pronouns. Oh, of course. We're not gonna possibly talk about who could or could not be a tranny here. But let's see. I had more tabs about the Massie situation, but I think we kind of get the point. That he lost because he was anti-Trump and because of $30 million being spent on his opposition. You're just saying, oh, he lost because he was anti-Trump, he should never have gone after Trump. No, I don't. I'm not gonna completely dismiss it, but I'm not gonna fully agree with it either. People are saying they attacked Trump, and there's still a good chunk of the base that still loves Trump and will, vote against the other person. Mainly the boomers, as we saw based off these little statistics here. That will being funded for campaign stuff. So anyways, let me see here. What's this one? No, hold on. I'm gonna hold off on this one for now. No, there we go. Well, I need to figure out better stuff with with a brave situation. So, I've covered Chud the Builder stuff a few times now about the situation with him, who he was, and then updates with his $1.25 million bail. But the most recent update has come out is that his lawyer, his attorney, has released a statement, and it is a work of art here, absolute work of art. So, well, let's get into it here. It's something. General release to the public and the press. Yeah. Attorneys have very strict guidelines on what we're allowed to say to the press when cases are pending, so I can't share much about the case. But I would like to take this opportunity to address some of the hateful phone calls and emails my office have been receiving since I've been appointed to be Mr. Eartherly's, there we go, sorry. English is not my first language here. Attorney. My entire firm is being called racist, quote unquote. I am disappointed given my history and dedication to my clients, which includes people of all skin colors here. So, just a little bit of the all skin colors. Like, I'm not racist. Yeah, you know, I protect everybody here. Just, you know, this doesn't matter, whatever. Yeah. Our individual rights are as secured by constitutions, both state and federal, have endured relentless attacks from our government throughout the years. It is defense bar that who holds the line. It seems that now that some of the people who have so vehemently defended now turned against one of the defenders because we are not afraid to stand up and represent someone who is unpopular. To be called racist is an awful thing for me. I was raised to do the right thing even if it wasn't popular. My grandfather taught school and coached basketball during the height of racial integration in our country. He allowed his best athletes to play regardless of skin color, and because of his choices, referred to as the NWA coach. I am proud of him for having the courage to do the right thing, even to the detriment of his social status. I am just as proud of his actions in that regard as of his military service in the Korean War. My father is an attorney, largely driven to do so through my grandfather, his father. He also instilled in me a sense of justice that is unshakable. He has consistently stood for those who couldn't stand up for themselves. He spent significant portion of his career litigating against insurance companies. I carry on that proud tradition, but rather than fighting against the corporate mobsters who hold so much power and influence over our lives and laws, I've elected to fight and defend our liberties from government overreach. I have zealously represented clients from all walks of life, colors, religions, and affiliations. I will continue to do so. Representing a Baptist doesn't make me a Baptist. Representing a Crypt doesn't make me a Crypt. Anyone who assumes any one of my staff or I are racist because I'm tasked to represent someone whose opinions and actions are controversial is simply ridiculous. I came to represent Mr. Eartherly. I keep on saying Etherly for some reason. After the public defender of our district filed a motion to withdraw. In this motion, it was alleged that the private bar, of which I am a member, lacked the fortitude to represent Mr. Eartherly due to his unpopularity. I decided to prove him wrong. Here. So far, not the worst, but not the best either for Chud here. Because basically, he's just like, there's still a second part of the statement which we'll get into, but it's a long statement. But so far, it's just like he cares more about his reputation as a law firm, which I can understand, right? I can kind of understand, because you need to get future clients in the future, and how the left operates, they openly harass you, right? At the bare minimum, the nicest thing they do is harass. In fact, even with like Chud the Builder, for example, the infamous little restaurant scene that happened just before the whole shooting situation was literally a black person watching his stream and calling the restaurant to try to get him kicked out, and successfully got him kicked out, even though him and the restaurant came to an agreement that he could stream in the restaurant and had even like little accommodations for everything. And then as soon as he walks out, then the black guy goes around his little red car and starts yelling at him. So this is how the left works, and that's like the nicer part, right? The nice. Or you're gonna get like a Chauvin situation. Derek Chauvin, the guy who murdered, once again murdered, quotations there, George Floyd by the whole knee on the neck situation when he actually died of an overdose. That's it. How they handled his court case. They put pig's blood on the jury's doors, constantly sent them death threats. They had that chain and bar the fences around the courthouse because they were protesting and rioting within the street through the whole entire case. Like, I don't think Black Lives Matter would go that extreme for Chud the Builder, because there's the heat isn't really there at this time right now like it was with like George Floyd. But these are not nice people whatsoever. And so this guy has to do this, basically, I'm not racist, I support all skin colors, I'm just trying to do my job, please don't attack me. Little stance to try to basically defend himself against the mob. But the thing that he doesn't realize is that the leftists don't care about that. You are still defending Chud the Builder, because even though he says the N-word religiously. So therefore, you are racist, you're just as bad as him, if not actually worse, and we will destroy and ruin your life. There. The role of criminal defense attorney is to represent people regardless of their race, religion, ideology, or allegations against them. To assume an attorney agrees with the actions of the accused is preposterous. There are good men and women defending people accused of heinous crimes against children every day, and there is no assumption that the defense attorney endorses those crimes. This entire case is disturbing. Racism is a terrible thing, and it's a flawed method of thinking. We're all the same race. We just have different skin tones. We're ignoring the fact that the urban youth have significantly smaller frontal lobes and a jutting out chin. And you can literally find pictures of albino urban youth, and you can very much tell the fact that they are urban youth even though they have white skin there, because their whole skeletal structure is completely different, and their IQ is also significantly lower. And with that, and Asians are the same way, skeletal structure-wise, are different than blacks and whites. Once again, you could look at them and just tell the difference beyond just skin color. Though they have significantly higher IQ than blacks, and they do have a developed frontal lobe. But you can just look at them, you can make them pasty fucking white, but just one look at them, and you already know that they're not white. Like, tigers are different than lions, but they're still big cats. Or wolves and coyotes are still part of the dog side of things. With canines, right? They're still canines, but they're different. German Shepherds and Chihuahuas are still domesticated, actual legit dogs, but they're radically different. Like, there's no, like, the same thing with humans, but because we actually have what's called morality, it's now different. It's now, oh, we're all one race, the human race here. To a very large extent, people of color in this country have had more challenges and difficulties to face than the vast majority of white folks. To accentuate the point, the United States Supreme Court has decided that law enforcement, particularly ICE, are allowed to make traffic stops based on skin tone. This is commonly referred to as a Kavanaugh stop. Occupation, skin tone, and location is enough for a traffic stop to check if someone's a legal resident. The normal standard was there must be a reasonable suspicion of unlawful activity. This is a major blow against the freedom that we cherish so dearly. So now he's saying, oh, traffic stops are now racist when they're based on skin tone, even though that the chances are, statistically, they're going to be committing crime if they are a darker complexion. If they're in the ghetto side of town, they're more than likely going to commit a crime. Most of the time, these people have, fake license plates or stolen license plates. Or they're not really taking care of their cars because they're spending their money on shoes instead, and so a taillight bailing out is a good sign. Like, it might not be an actual they are committing crime in that moment, so we must arrest them situation, but there are different tells to be able to show that, hey, this person's a little bit shady and suspicious, just a little bit, and now they're like, oh well, this is racist now. This is racist, and this is, keep in mind, is the attorney for Chud the Builder, a whole multi-paragraph, you know, AP lit story going on here about how he's not racist. More recently, and just as disturbing, a new decision from the United States Supreme Court may usher in a new era of gerrymandering. It's shameful that we've progressed so much as a nation that our leaders are allowing state governments to systematically silence minorities and render their votes meaningless. Oh, you mean what the Democrats have been doing this entire time? And that Republicans are just starting to play game? And even then, it's barely even gerrymandering? Like, what they're talking about in particular is the fact that it's actually stopping gerrymandering because it was illegal in the South to make districts based off race. And the Supreme Court shot that down, saying that's actually illegal, you can't do that. So, how is that silencing minorities and rendering their votes meaningless? Because now they're actually making it fair, like it's supposed to be, based off population and voting patterns, not based off their race. Like, this is actually equalizing this, you know, that's what civil rights was supposed to be, right? You know? You literally just said that we're all one race, the human race. There's no differences between us. Yet, when the minorities, quote-unquote minorities, that are still, you know, 92% of the world population, get their benefits here. Oh, that's gerrymandering as a racist. Okay. Okay. Acknowledging genetic science as racist, you mean accept? When it comes to masks and vaccines, yes. Yes. Oh, it's just funny how that works. So, and we're not even done yet. We're just not even done yet. Our leaders think this is acceptable. This is why our country is losing a lot of integrity both domestically and abroad. If Dalton Eartherly is famous for being racist, it's certainly a symptom of our country's crisis and not the crisis itself. The anger you feel, perhaps, would be better directed towards the men and women in charge who continue to encourage and sanction behavior of this nature. When I have been chosen to defend a fellow citizen, I will not back down. I will not cower in the face of adversity. I will not be silenced by a popular opinion. It is a right entitled to each one of us by the Constitution. I will fight for the people of our nation till I cannot fight anymore. Jake Fenley. Now, do not go after his lawyer here. Do not go after his attorney, okay? You're causing more problems. And the left is apparently already doing enough harassing to last us a lifetime. There. But he needs to find a new lawyer. Chud the Builder needs to find a new lawyer. Like, on one hand, I will give credit where credit is due, right? Well, there was that little statement there at the end where he's not going to back down. He's not going to be silenced by popular opinion. And he doesn't really care what either Lee's opinions are, whether or not he's racist or not. But at the same time, he clearly does, since he spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 paragraphs, with about 10 of those talking about how he's not racist, trust me, bro. Oh, look at my grandfather and father and what they did in the past. Oh, and gerrymandering's bad. Yeah, that's not exactly a good sign when your attorney has to make a statement like that. Once again, I know the attorney's probably just doing this just to futilely try to protect their reputation. But it's too late. You're already known as the attorney who's going to be defending Chud the Builder. You will never lose this no matter if you actually do drop him as a client. I'm sure he's probably been Google reviewed bombed already. So and those are basically like permanent. It's going to be a pain in the ass to get those taken off Google for it. Like, no matter how many statements you make, it's not going to help you. And on top of it, you're making yourself look awful for people who do support Chud the Builder, because you're basically throwing him under the bus. Like, he says that he's not going to back down. Doesn't sound like he's actually got much faith in Chud the Builder here. Like, your opinions about gerrymandering and how horrible the yeah? I'm so proud she can count the paragraphs. Thank you. I've learned how to count. I mean, the public defender filed the withdrawal. He doesn't have any other choice. I mean, he can choose his attorney. Like, he can get either a public defender or he can, hire his own attorney. So the public defender, withdrew. He got this new guy. So he needs to somehow find somebody else. Now, here's the problem, right? Here's the fucking problem, unfortunately, is who is he going to get instead? Because lawyers have been completely taken over by leftism. We got little statistics from the Legal Academy here, 1990 to 2023. Law school leans left hard. The right has nearly vanished from the academy. Professors as the blue line, students is the red line here. And it's just overwhelmingly just leftism. They were heavily left-leaning in law school, which is no surprise. Every single institution has become left-wing across the board. Obviously with the lawyers, but the corporations, from big as Walmart to your small your mom and pop little shop, because they have rules and regulations to follow, and obviously they don't want to be known as being racist. The schools in general, the government in itself, everything has been taken over by the left, and their war of attrition, their Gramscian war that they have put in place for decades now. So who is he actually going to find? Like, what lawyer is really going to defend him? Or that he can get that's not going to cost him an arm and a leg when his bail is already 1.25 million and they're blocking him from using his Give Son Go money to help pay for it, and nobody's willing to step in to help pay it. There was rumors that Aiden Ross would help him pay for it, but that was false, and Aiden Ross came out and said that's not true. I'm not going to support him. The Tate brothers have disavowed him. No surprise, they're brown. Elon Musk hasn't said a single thing about him. Like, who has the money that could possibly help Chud pay between his bail and then any lawyers on the free speech issue? Because the people that do have the money aren't sticking their necks out for him, like, frankly, they should. So, what are we supposed to do? So now he's kind of stuck with his lawyer that's more concerned about their reputation than actually defending him here. And we're gonna see how this goes, because it's not looking good. It's not looking good for him. He isn't exactly the best hill to die on, but he actually kind of is. Like, okay, so he says the N-word a lot. Okay, who cares? Still freedom of speech. Like, yes, he goes around and he's a little bit of a nuisance streamer, and streams things, but he's really not even that bad of it. Because more clips have come out of him actually being pretty nice and a cool guy. It's really not like, I don't know, he's really not all the big monster that they're trying to like paint him out to be the more you actually kind of look into him. Like, when I first looked into him with the whole situation, I was like, oh, he's just another nuisance streamer like Johnny Somali. But then it's really like, oh, okay, well, he's a little bit better than Johnny Somali. Now it's like, he's not the best. Like, I don't really like the fact that you go around recording people and talking to them and, calling them N-words out in public, and making a big scene out of it. That goes against my white woman sensibilities, but he's really not that bad. And it is a freedom of speech issue, a major freedom. Like, this is actually the hill to die on. Can you say the N-word? Yes, no. If Chud loses, it's a no. It's that simple. Actually, same with Shiloh Hendrix, as both of these are happening at the same time. So last year, this is a viral video, which I can't play because she says... Okay, it's playing, but thankfully I had it muted because then that's... I just literally said it as it was playing. Okay, but last year, there's a similar story with Shiloh Hendrix, who was a woman who was at her kid, with her kid at the park, and a Somalian child came up and stole something from her diaper bag and ran away with it. And she called the kid the N-word there and got it back. And the Somalian started recording and harassing her, following her around, and she just, flipped them off, said, yeah, I said the N-word, fuck you. And then she said, N-word, 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 all that fun stuff. and basically made this huge deal, where, you know, harassment. They tried to claim the kid was autistic or whatever the case is. No, that was a huge lie. Just the typical Somalian low IQ. You know, trying to make him out to be this really young child. No, he's like 10 years old. Like, he should know better not to steal at 10 years old. Like, the whole situation was like a huge fucking mess. And it's been going on for, well, about a year now. And there was a defense motion to dismiss filed, because this is basically a nothing burger. Like, it's a little bit of a spat between two people. Mean words were exchanged. If anything that happened, it should be, you know, going after the child who stole something, but it's a child, and not a huge big deal, because children do that, even though the 10-year-old should actually know better. Like, it's not that big of a deal, but because he recorded and posted on the internet and tried to ruin her life, which backfired significantly because she made like $1 million fucking dollars or more from it. They were able to pass it through the courts because she lives in Minnesota for like, and they don't really actually have anything on her. But the defense motion to dismiss was denied, so she's going to trial. She is going to trial here. I can't believe this was the intro of the Somalian statistics scam. Yeah. It's kind of crazy that this whole thing, with Shadilay Hendricks happened with Somalians, and then almost a year later, because this happened, when did this happen? Like, March? I mean, it's Minnesota, and they're at the park, so maybe it was April last year? I'm trying to remember when this actually happened last year. I know it was, like, late winter, early spring that it occurred. You know, then almost a year later, you know, Nick Shirley drops the whole Somalian scam stuff in Minnesota in December of 2025. And just see how bad it really actually is there. There's a reason why people are defending Shiloh but are more hesitant with Chud? I know the reason. The reason is Shiloh is a mom with her toddler just at the park minding her own business. And the Somalian kid ran up and stole something from her diaper bag. She is 100% a victim here. Like, 1,000% a victim. And she's not known before. Excuse me, just an endless in my personal opinion. Who goes around saying the N-word at black people and asks them if they're gonna chimp out. And therefore, it hurts our white sensibility. People is very much a white person thing to do, and very much not a black person, as we can clearly see with the Shadilay Hendricks thing going back here. But the thing about Chud, and this is the big point of contention, is that Chud didn't say the N-word at the guy who he shot. And even if he did, doesn't even fucking matter, because the guy who he shot started wailing at him and jumped him and attacked him, and he shot him in self-defense. No N-words were exchanged. The worst thing he said is, "Are you gonna chimp out?" And then he walked away, and then sure enough, the black guy chimped out and started wailing on him. Like, it's 100% case closed to the thing of self-defense. But obviously, people don't see that. They see about the optics and the morals of it, about the fact that Chud is not exactly a nice guy. You know, he's a little bit of a nuisance. So, therefore, he's not as good. Yeah. The stream is glitching out. Are there problems on the YouTube front? Or is it the whole entire stream? Is it the whole entire stream having problems, or is it just YouTube? There. I'm not exactly sure. However, while I'm waiting a response, thank you, Jackals of the Terra Argentium, for becoming a happy merchant over on YouTube. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. If you would like your perks of becoming a happy merchant, please join the Discord server and contact one of the mods to get your perks. There. That way you can get the behind the scenes little details and my doodles from the vampire campaigns and various other stuff. There. So yeah. Thank you. It's fine for me on Kick. Okay. So it might just be a YouTube thing. YouTube bros, try to refresh. I know YouTube's having that whole I think it's a RAM link I heard that YouTube's having a hard time with like its storage collection stuff, so therefore it's like leaking and it causes crashes and things. However, I also have problems with my RAM too, so it could just be me. Fine now at the moment. Well, good. Well, good. I'm glad it's fine here. But let me... One, drink some water. And two, read a defense motion being denied. So she's going literally to court for just saying the N-word. I don't even know what she's being charged with anymore. It's been a minute since I've looked into her. But like, what does she... Like... What is she even being charged with? But maybe we'll see if this actually says anything. I know legal code's the most interesting stuff, but it's important. Yeah. Okay. State of Minnesota versus Shiloh Marie Hendricks. On March 25th, 2026, the above captioned matter became before the Honorable Krista M. Daly. Oh, is that a woman? Oh no, she's got a woman judge. She's fucked. I mean, a brown judge would also get her fucked. Oh, 100%. But a woman judge is not going to be in her favor. She needs a Chad judge, like Clavicular had. The one that fucking mogged him, right? That's what she needs. But alas. Defendant Shiloh Marie Hendricks appeared with her attorney, Brian Carolus. The state was represented by Michael Spindler Craig, Rochester City Attorney. Spindler. And a hyphenated last name. I'm getting vibes here. I'm getting some sort of vibes here, but I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. The parties agree the facts in this matter are undisputed, while its interpretation of those facts where the parties differ. The amended complaint filed on March 25th, 2026 details of the state's allegations. According to the amended complaint, on April 28th, 2025, shortly after 6 p.m., SHJ was at Soldiers Field Park with his 3 children. I'm assuming this is Somalian here. Based off this. Let's see. One of SHJ's children, an 8-year-old child, is one of the alleged victims in this matter, hereinafter child. Child is described in the complaint as profoundly and visibly autistic. Due to his autism, child does not understand typical boundaries and requires intensive parental supervision. Child wears a Project Lifesaver device because he's prone to wandering off. Child is of Somali descent. I'm just saying. I don't think the child's actually autistic. I think they're just Somalian. Seeing that literally, oh, I hope the defense attorney for Shiloh mentions the whole Somalian Autism Center scams, the Leering Center. I pray he brings that up. That they probably use as part of the scam there, or also the Somalian IQ. Cause that's like, I'm pressing X out there. Allegedly, child took an applesauce packet from defendant's diaper bag. In response, SHJ attempted to retrieve the applesauce packet from his son. Defendant also attempted to retrieve the item from the child, but the child climbed the playground equipment to get away from his father and defendant. At this point, the defendant allegedly became very angry, shelled the child, and repeatedly called the child I can't. I don't think I can't really show that word on YouTube here. This caused the child to freeze. Hopefully that's small enough that YouTube's not gonna flag me for it. I'm trying to read this at the same time. Okay, I'm gonna be a little bit safe side. Sorry, I'll show you this in a minute. I want to actually show it, but for the sake of my YouTube channel, I'm scared. This called the child to freeze. SHJ was concerned based off defendant's anger and words. Defendant would strike child. Defendant grabbed the applesauce pocket from child. Following this, another park goer identified as SBO, who witnessed the encounter with child, approached defendant. SBO was recording his confrontation with defendant regarding the incident with the child, specifically the use of racial slur towards the child. SBO also informed defendant child is autistic. Defendant admitted using the racial slur and stated that she can call the child that if he acts like one. True. SBO continued to confront defendant. Defendant began cursing, flipped SBO off, and used the same racial slur against SBO. When SBO asked, defendant stated, "Yeah, he took my son's stuff." More cursing from defendant towards SBO continued. SHJ explained that child, as well as his other children, were scared and troubled by defendant's hateful words and conduct. At the time of this incident, there were multiple other unidentified individuals in the park, including children. So... I mean, it's a bit extreme, I won't lie, to call a child the N-word over stealing an applesauce packet. However, as we can clearly see, what the SBO is the person there with the 3 children and the stealing child, plus a second person of also Somalian descent, with the whole recording the whole thing. So the Somalians were taking over the playground. Now that we know with enough hindsight that Somalians have overrun Minnesota in general, yeah, I can't exactly blame her for being fed up, so she's having a bad day and this is actually a regular occurrence. As I would believe it, right? And not to mention, okay, so it's a bit mean, a bit extreme for her to call a child a slur, but it's still free speech. And she didn't actually commit a crime. This child is what stole from her. Like, the children probably weren't scared that they're called a slur. They're scared about the yelling happening because they were getting in trouble for stealing. Like, it doesn't, like, it doesn't matter. It just literally doesn't fucking matter. There. Oh, thank you, Heathen Warwolf, for the $5 reduce. Thank you. With a wolf emoji and a black heart. Thank you. Very sweet of you. Thank you. After all, we should be able to say the N-word. Conclusions of law. The issue is whether or not the state has established probable cause to support the charge of disorderly conduct under Minnesota Statute 609.72. Probable cause exists where the facts alleged, taken as true and viewed in this light most favorable to the state, or permit a person of ordinary care and prudence to entertain an honest and strong suspicion that the defendant committed an offense. State versus Florence. Oh, I hate legal code. And State versus Lopez. Here, the complaint alleges a mix of conduct and language that the trier of fact may consider in their evaluation of the case. The defendant chose to physically pursue a child who is visibly disabled, chasing him through a playground. Is he visibly disabled? I mean, we're going based off the video, and it's kind of hard to see, but, like, the only physically visible part of him being disabled is the fact that he's brown. Like, I noticed that he wears this little, like, what was it? I'm trying to look at the thing again. This was Project Lifesaver device. Okay, I don't know what a Project Lifesaver device is, but if it's like a tiny little thing that you wear under your clothes, it's not gonna be visible. Not to mention, like, you're more worried about she's just trying to take the item that he stole or something along those lines and make it very, very obvious. Like, it's not disabled beyond the head there. Like, come on. Back. As he physically pursued the child and took the apple packet from him, she was... Read to the next page. Is there any N-words on the next page? Hold on. I don't see any N-words, okay, and angrily yelled at him. During this, defendant called child a racial slur. During the video recorded portion of the confrontation, defendant again repeatedly used the same racial slur, along with other abusive language, while holding her child in proximity to other children and adults. Okay. The complaint alleges direct face-to-face use of highly inflammatory language in a confrontational setting, together with circumstances indicating a foreseeable risk of immediate escalation. Dismissal is improper because the determination of whether the speech constitutes fighting words is inherently fact-intensive and reserved for the trier of fact. See, in Welfare of MAH, More Legal Code, City of Little Falls versus Witucky, More Legal Code. As the probable cause stage, the court does not weigh evidence or resolve factual disputes. Here, the state has alleged a factual basis for which the state has alleged a factual basis for which the speech in question could be found to be fighting words by a reasonable trier of fact. Thus, if a trier of fact were to find the speech to be fighting words, then it would not be protected speech. Additionally, the state has alleged additional conduct besides the speech that reasonable trier of fact could determine to be disorderly conduct. In this matter, the state has given a sufficient basis for which a reasonable trier of fact may find in favor of the state. Therefore, there is sufficient probable cause for both charges to move forward to trial. It's hereby ordered that defendant motions dismissed is denied in its entirety by the court. Krista Daly here. So, I'm not a lawyer, okay? Right? I am a dumb woman on the internet, and I definitely don't know Minnesota law. But it's really frustrating that they're trying to use a slur as fighting words here. When the kid stole something from her, she got it back, and she was being a bit mean about the situation. When the kid stole from her first, like, I get it's a kid, so there's obviously going to be those moral quandaries there, but still, like, and there's the problem with like fighting words and freedom of speech, right? Because we do have freedom of speech in America, but we do have gray areas where it's kind of hard to tell what is actually freedom of speech and what's incentivizing the violence, right? Which I think is actually pretty clear cut. It's, mainly the whole, death, with death to America, or, T and letter plus D, for various other things that could be, actually calling for harm and death upon individuals or people. And repeatedly stated over and over and over again. To kind of incentivize somebody to take action. The left does it all the time. All the fucking time. Calling someone a slur, while mean, is not fighting words, it's an insult. Calling someone a bitch isn't fighting words. Calling someone a cunt isn't fighting words. N-law falls in the same category there, it just applies to blacks. But, of course, doesn't matter, because it's a white woman saying a mean word to a black person, and so therefore, it doesn't matter, because we live in a two-tier society. I live there for a bit, and it's almost all relative to the judge you can get. I feel like that's like everywhere these days. Like, I feel like it really is luck of the draw for, like, who it is. I'm all here bitching a cut rope, Max. See? That's a death threat. Must ban that femboy. He's being mean to me. How dare he tell me to kill myself? Who cares? Who fucking cares how people insult you? Like, whatever. She did it. She will be convicted. The only chance, to be honest, is getting the law overturned. But they're still not fighting words. It's still freedom of speech. Like, at least in my book. Once again, I'm not a lawyer, but seeing that, once again, the vast majority of lawyers are left-leaning, the whole thing, it really matters what, if it's actually true or not. Like, she probably will be convicted just because it is Minnesota. It is a left-leaning state. They do want to protect their holy blacks. Especially the Somalians in this case. Especially after all the heat they've been getting. After the Leering Center stuff that Nick Shirley has exposed. She probably will be the sacrificial cow. But Shiloh Hendricks and Chud are both great examples of where our free speech is literally being under attack. Because you can't say the N-word anymore. Okay then. Well. I think you're I'm never gonna pronounce your name correctly. I hope you know that, and I'm so sorry. Thank you, not Natch for the $5 reduce. Thank you. The Kick Boys want you to watch something. I guess might as well get on that. What do they want me to watch? They always want me to watch something. There. So here. Is it in stream suggestions? Not exactly sure here. Hey, Amal, Brandenburg versus Ohio should be interesting. Is that an old case or a new case? Also, I'm not really gonna read a whole entire case this late into a stream. Especially with no context as to what it is about. I'm assuming it's something related to, the situation with Shiloh and Chud. She already moved away from Minnesota, I think. What's happened in Minnesota, so they still has jurisdiction. Yeah, she already moved away. She already got a nice house with the money that people sent her. But I'm sure there's probably a way they can get her to come back just because. Old? Okay. Can you tell me, please give me like a breakdown of what Brandenburg versus Ohio is? Till their freedom of speech president, fighting words. Okay, well, let me look it up here. Brandenburg versus Ohio. Here. Oh, wait, hold on. Is that an armband I see? Is that a funny little armband? Let's see. Okay. Brave and I are having some issues. I want to make that blatantly fucking clear. It does not like me having millions of tabs. To the point where I can't actually find my tabs anymore. Because I have to actually delete tabs to see my tabs that I keep on adding to it. I need to either figure this out or I might have to switch back to... I don't want to switch back to Firefox, but I don't know what I'm going to do. Okay. What is this? Oh, I see the Ku Klux skin. God damn it. Okay, here's the good old Wikipedia article, because you know that's a trustworthy site. Brandenburg versus Ohio is a landmark decision in the United States Supreme Court interpreting the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. The court held that the government cannot punish inflammatory speech unless the speech is directed to inciting or producing imminent lawless action and is likely to incite or produce such action. Specifically, the court struck down Ohio's criminal syndicalism statute because that statute broadly prohibited the mere advocacy of violence. In the process, Whitney versus California was explicitly overruled, and Schneck versus the United States, Abrams versus the United States, Gitlau versus New York, and Tennessee in the United States were overturned. That's a lot of rulings that were overturned that were much older. I mean, I'm kind of curious what they are, but don't have the time to go through each and every individual ones to figure out why that's the case. Background: Clarence Brandenburg, a Ku Klux Klan leader in rural Ohio, contacted a reporter in Cincinnati television station and invited him to cover a KKK rally that would take place in Hamilton County in the summer of 1964. Portions of the rally were filmed, showing several men in robes and hoods, some carrying firearms, first burning a cross and then making speeches. One of the speeches referenced the possibility of revengeance against black peoples, Jews, and those who supported them, and also claimed that a president or Congress or Supreme Court continues to suppress the white Caucasian race. I mean, were they wrong? I announced plans for a march on Congress to take place on the 4th of July. Another speech advocated for the forced expulsion of African Americans to Africa and Jewish Americans to Israel. That sounds pretty base to me, but okay. Brandenburg was charged with advocating violence under Ohio's criminal syndicalism statute for his participation in the rally and for the speech he made. What? An irrelevant part, the statute, enacted in 1919 during the first Red Scare, prescribed advocating the duty, necessity, and propriety of crime, sexualized violence, or unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industry political reform, and a voluntary assembly with any society, group, or assemblage of persons formed to teach or advocate in doctrines of critical syndicalism. Sorry, I feel a burp coming. Convicted in the Court of Common Pleas of Hamilton County, Brandenburg was fined $1,000 and sentenced to 1 to 10 years in prison. How much is $1,000 today? Like, I want to know what between 1964 and 2026, what's the $1,000 worth now? On appeal, the First Ohio District Court of Appeal affirmed Brandenburg's conviction, rejecting his claim that the statute violated his First Amendment and enforcing the amendment right to freedom of speech. The Supreme Court of Ohio dismissed his appeal without opinion. Okay. How much more? Okay. we'll read a little bit more here. Although Yates versus United States had overturned the convictions of mid-level Communist Party members and language that seemed suggested a broader view of freedom of expression rights had been accorded them at Dennis versus United States, all Yates purported to do was construe a federal statute and 1940 Smith Act. Thus, Dennis reading the First Amendment remained in force. Advocacy of law violation, even as aspect doctrine, can be punished under the law consistent with the freedom of speech clause. Huh. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to like let the details kind of soak in here because we got a bunch of like different Yates versus United States, Dennis versus United States, all these different things kind of happening here. But what's the actual decision here? Because that's the big thing. That's the big thing is how the goes down. Because they could say the advocacy of law violation as abstract doctrine could be punished under law consistent, but is that actually the decision? The United States Supreme Court reversed Brandenburg's conviction, holding that the government cannot constitutionally punish abstract advocacy of force or law violation. The majority opinion was per curiam, issued from the court as an institution rather as an authored or signed by individual justice. The other draft had originally been prepared by Justice Abe Fortas before he was forced to resign in the midst of an ethics scandal, and we have included a modified version of the clear and present danger test. And finalizing the draft, Justice Preenan eliminated all references to it by substituting the imminent lawless action language. Justices Black and Douglas concurred separately. Ugh. Okay, let me drink. Okay. 1,000 in 1964 is 11,000 now. That's a lot of money. But not that bad. But that's a lot of money for like free speech stuff.
Is it the Jews? Is it the Jews?
There.
I'm assuming it's always the Jews.
So what was this? Brandenburg gives protection to the hypothetical family political speech, not fighting words. Okay, so now we're getting to this thing about. So this is where the water is definitely getting muddied. Is what are fighting words and what are political inflammatory speeches here? Because a lot of Democrats can say they have politically inflammatory speeches, but then we can make a whole entire 20-minute compilation of Hassan talking about how he wants the roads to be filled with, wants the roads to be flooded red, with the blood of his enemies. So you could say, okay, well that's a politically inflammatory speech, or it could be fighting words. It's unfortunately. And this is where I'm personally stuck as a streamer, unsure where they exactly stand, because I'm borderline a free speech I'm a free speech extremist, right? Like the only limitations I really have are for CP, and that's basically it. I'll be honest here, but for legal reasons, advocating for violence is bad, and because it is bad. Like on the moral level, it is bad. You shouldn't be saying that people should die or groups should die or be eradicated, or you should go punch a Nazi, all the other fun stuff, right? Like that is a bad thing to say. There. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm burping all tonight. So. Because it's such a gray area for what actually is incendiary violence, calls the violence there. Like, I really needs to be a very clear-cut case of someone calling for violence. Like, bringing up Hassan's little example of having the streets paved with the blood, right? Situation where it's like, okay, that's a bit too far. But even then, I'm still hesitant to even prosecute on that, because it seems like such a slippery slope, and it has taken a very long time, and very clearly the Supreme Court has gone back and forth on this. So we got multiple different cases that were overturned and overruled with this one. And now we have the whole concern about Chud the Builder and Shiloh, being like, okay, what actually is incentivizing violence? What are actual fighting words here? What's fighting words to shift a lot concept came about back when fistfights between men was something that tended to result in jail and made disrespectful would end in a fight. Back then, there were even fistfights in Congress. Yeah, we worked with like a whole different time period where dueling would happen for disrespect. Which, to be fair, is a bit too far, but that was a bit more common. But you wouldn't really be arrested for situations like this unless somebody was actually dead. But it would like. You may be thrown in jail overnight and chastised, but you want to go to court for various stuff. So, it's... But now we're in a society, right? You know, we're in a society, where people are so sensitive, and get offended over every little thing, and that everything is fighting, where everything's offensive, everything is disrespectful, and you can't actually criticize people properly, and actually duke it out like proper men. Like, no better time. Bring back dueling. I don't know what fighting words are, but I know what a reasonable threat is. Like, yeah, I feel like it's very context heavy. Extremely context heavy. And I don't think Shiloh or Chud or any of the situations where it applies here. Like, it's like, I don't get it. I mean, I do get it, but like, it's just really fucking frustrating. They're just trying to push it further and further so they can actually censor your speech. Shiloh's probably fucked. Chud is most definitely fucked. Especially since he actually shot a man. Who didn't even fucking die, by the way. But just because they're white and they're a bit mean to blacks. Ugh. Didn't he attack him from behind, though? Yeah, he did attack him from behind. Chud walked away, and then the black man jumped him from behind and started wailing on his head. Which, by the way, speaking of, you know, dueling and all the fun stuff, you can kill a man if you punch him in the head enough. Like, if anything, F off and was applying that you want to go away, not fight. Yeah, like, and especially in Shiloh's video in particular, she's walking away. Like, she got her little applesauce packet that the NWAS stole from her, and she's walking away, and he's the one recording her. And, like, yeah, she's technically engaging him. Maybe she would have been better if she actually completely ignored him and just, you know, walked away without stopping by. But, like, okay, so she's still walking. He's the one following. He's the one harassing her. Like, if anything, he should be the one charged. Everyone be charging people for stupid things. But insults are not threats, yeah. Like, it's just, ugh. But whatever. I was sent shekels. So let me see what the shekels were for. Thank you, Undead Chudler for the 20 shekels. Thank you. Right to the top vid is Kino. Okay, how long is it? How long is this video of yours here? 40 minutes! Okay. You did send 20 shekels. And I am a cheap whore. Chances are, we're not gonna be watching the whole thing tonight. Amal is the same video Shadilay gave you $35 to watch? Okay. Fuck. Never mind. Apparently we're watching the whole video. Never mind. Never mind. I've been guilt tripped into this. Well, I should say guilt tripped because shekels were thrown. Okay, I guess we better get this party started then. We'll try to get through as much of it as possible. Yeah, we'll just watch the video here.
World War I has frequently been described as one of the big watershed marks of history. What I want to do is to explain in what the difference between the pre-World War I history and post-World War I history consists, and explain that from World War I on, we have some reason to label this period a period of decivilization. I want to do the following things. First, I want to present you in very brief form an economic theory, then I.
Okay. My apologies, chat. I know I said I was gonna start the video, but my dog is crying at the door, so I'm gonna let him outside real quick. BRB. Yo, chat, I'm back. Sorry about that. My puppy has now joined me. Feel bad for him. I've been streaming all day. I know, puppy. I know. I'm sorry. I know. Anyway, let's continue on with the video here.
I want to apply this theory to post and pre-World War I, and then I want to show you the predictive power of this theory. Let me begin with theory. Government is a territorial monopolist of compulsion or a territorial monopolist of property rights violations. And all governments should be expected to have a tendency toward growth, and all governments should also be expected as having a tendency towards territorial expansion. However, different forms of government affect, so to speak, these two tendencies towards internal growth and towards territorial expansion. We can distinguish between two types of governmental forms. What I try to do now is something that I have never seen in the literature done, even though it is a very elementary idea. We can use the distinction of economics between private property and public property also by applying it to the institution of government. Governments can be privately.
Did you put it on 1.5? Good idea. Maybe 1 1/4 though, because that might be a bit too fast. I never put anything on time speed because I always just listen to how it is and I remember, wait, sometimes it actually is more efficient just to actually up the speed. I need to do that more often with more videos. I just never do.
Owned. which would be a situation where there exists a ruler who owns the government as if it would be his private property. In particular, he would have the right to pass the property in the government on to future generations. And we can have publicly owned government when government is, when caretakers are in charge of government who do not own the government but temporarily are in charge of governments. They, of course, cannot pass property in government on to future generations, and publicly owned government would be also institutions where there is free entry, so to speak, into the institution of government, whereas if there's private ownership in government, then obviously there is not free entry into the institution of government. Now, from this difference between privately owned government and publicly owned government, a number of deductions can be made using a few additional assumptions. I go very quickly through these. First of all, we can say a private owner of a government has an economic incentive to maximize his total wealth. That is to say, he will be interested in preserving the capital value of the government of his realm, so to speak. On the other hand, if governments are publicly owned, the economic incentive of such caretakers is not to preserve the capital value of the realm or the government, but his incentive is to loot the country as quickly as possible, because what he can't loot now, he might never be able to loot in the future. The second prediction is intimately related to the first one, and it's this.
Oh, it's Nianus. Welcome in, Raiders. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. Hope you had a good stream with Charisama tonight. Hopefully, she learned that the crumb tax is not exactly fair. There, but welcome in, Raiders. Welcome in. We are all over the place tonight, but now we're listening to some Hans Hermann Hoppe about the World War II as the end of World War I as the end of civilization. So you would like some history philosophy here? Stick around. Stick around. Mods, if you could shout her out, that'd be greatly appreciated. She's a good cat girl. She's a good pink cat girl there. So yeah, thank you again for the raid, and welcome again, raiders. This void can't even speak true. This is why I'm having a man speak for me instead.
Because of the fact that into a public government there exists free entry, whereas a privately owned government is very restrictive. You pass it on to future generations yourself. There exists in private governments a clear-cut distinction, so to speak, between the rulers and those people who are being ruled. Everybody clearly realizes they are the rulers and I'm being ruled. On the other hand, in a publicly owned government, you might be among the ruled right now, but you have the chance to become the ruler tomorrow. Everybody can become the president, so to speak. Nobody can become the king. As a consequence, there will be on the part of the public more resistance against the rule by a private person than against a person who can be substituted by other individuals. So there will be a resistance against government rule much more pronounced under private government than under publicly owned governments. The third prediction is a private owner of a government would, for instance...
I'm not sure I agree with that, if I understand that correctly here. I'm not exactly sure if I actually agree with that. Because, I mean, I guess in a way we are a publicly owned government, so I guess I also still kind of agree. But we're definitely not having any more resistance, right? Because technically, any of us could be president tomorrow. Technically, the rules are, right? As long as you're above 35. But obviously, we know with lobbying and other systems in place, it's much harder than this to do that. But technically, anyone could run for president and possibly become it. And so, but we're not seeing more resistance because of that. If once again I'm understanding this on correctly, but I need my Subway Surfers here going on in the background. But I might be misunderstanding. I need to go back a little bit. Anyways, carry on. The urge to doodle so I can focus is very strong right now.
Not incur debt as likely as the publicly owned government caretaker would, because a publicly owned caretaker is exempt from liability for debts that he incurs. The debts will be paid by future caretakers.
A mall he said in a publicly owned government is less resistant. I mean, okay, I agree with that, but what's different? Like, what was his definition of private then? I must have missed it, but like, this is something that I can't sit here and focus on. I'll be completely honest. I need to like doodle, and this is not something okay. I'll guess I pull the pen and paper out at a bit then, to do something because I can't sit here and stare at this screen without wandering off. I need to like. I was the same way in high school. Okay, like I know dumb Floyd, whatever you want to say, what it is, but even in high school, like I love learning. I love I love my AP classes and honors classes and stuff like that. But I could not focus on anything the teacher would say unless I was drawing. So, and this is very much the same situation here. So, Zoomer moment. This is kind of more of a listen in the background kind of thing. Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Somebody understands here. So, like, this is what I would be doing, like, I don't know, cooking. Or cleaning. Or whatever the case is here. So... play Genshin Impact in the background. No, I would have to think about Genshin Impact, and therefore, like, it wouldn't work out. I only listen to history class while drawing. See? Thank you. Thank you. At least some people understand. Some.
And not by himself. The fourth prediction is a private owner of a government will refrain to a large extent from redistributing income within civil society. What he will do is redistribute income from civil society onto himself. Why would he restrict himself from redistributing income within civil society? Because he realizes if you redistribute income within civil society, it will lower, so to speak, the value of his realm, encourage unproductive behavior, and so on, and he will refrain from it. On the other hand, a caretaker of a government, because he has to be re-elected, will, of course, make tremendous efforts to redistribute income within civil society. After all, he has to be re-elected by those people, and by making promises to them, he knows that this is the way to become re-elected. And the fifth prediction concerns now war and foreign policy. That is the following. While private owners also have a tendency to go to war and to expand their territories, private owners have recourse to a different way of expanding their territory, and that is by engaging in marriage policy. I can simply marry my kid to somebody else's kid, another ruler, and thereby all of a sudden my territory is much bigger. So I can resort to peaceful means, so to speak, in order to enlarge my territory. Whereas if I'm a caretaker, there is no other way but to engage in conquest. Okay. Now I want to apply this theory. First, I want to explain now why World War I is, so to speak, the point in history to which this theory can be applied. Obviously, implicit in what I have said so far is that private governments, the way I have described it, the typical example, historical example, are monarchies. On the other hand, publicly owned government, the typical example for that would be democratic republics. In history, we can say that that most of human history, insofar as we had any governments at all, mankind was ruled by monarchs. There exist a few exceptions. Athens in classical Greece, the Roman Republic, Venice and Florence during the Renaissance period, the United Provinces, what later on became the Netherlands from 1648 to 1673, then the Cromwell period, and also Switzerland. But these were exceptions, and usually short-lived exceptions. Most of the world was ruled by monarchs. The significance of World War I, the world historical significance of World War I consists in the fact that World War I constitutes the point in time when we leave, so to speak, the monarchical age in which mankind lived before and enter, so to speak, the democratic republican age. This transition from the monarchical age to the republican age took place from the time of the French Revolution until World War I. The first republic, major republic in Europe, was obviously the French Republic. After Napoleon's defeat in the Congress of Vienna in 1815, the monarchical order is restored in Europe. However, the French Revolution left some important traces, so to speak. And these traces can be identified as the tendency during the entire 19th century to gradually increase the franchise. There existed practically no franchise before that. In Britain, in France, for instance, universal franchise is introduced again in 18. Ardent proponents of universal franchise only considered males in the 19th century. That females were included is just something that occurred only in the 20th century. In Britain, the expansion of the franchise in 1884, and by 1900, about 3/4 of all male adults have the right to vote. In Prussia, universal.
I don't think every single white man should be able to vote. Even though I want only whites to vote, I still don't even think every single white man should be able to vote. Either, like, it should be some limitations there, but then again, that's also going based off of actually voting and not actually going based off the private, like he's trying to say with like monarchies this way, if we're actually allowing the public to even be allowed here.
Male suffrage is introduced in 1850. However, that is still stratified into 3 different classes depending on the amount of taxes that people pay. And in 1871, universal male franchise is also adopted for the lower house in Germany. In Italy, essentially universal franchise is introduced in 1913. In Austria, in 1907. In addition, between 1890 and 1910, universal franchise is introduced in Belgium, in the Netherlands, in Norway, in Sweden, in Spain, in Greece, Bulgaria, Serbia, and Turkey. Despite this emasculation, so to speak, of monarchies that took place during the 19th century, there still exist only 2 republics at the outbreak of World War I, Switzerland and France. And only one major monarchy can be described as a parliamentary monarchy. That is a monarchy where the power rests with parliament instead of resting with the king. That is Britain. After World War I, however, the entire world becomes democratic republican due to the entrance of the United States into World War I. From the point of view of Wilson, the war was an ideological war, a war also directed against the monarchs in Europe, especially against the Habsburg monarchy in Austria and the Hohenzollern in Germany. As a result of World War I, the Romanovs are ousted in Russia, the Hohenzollerns are ousted in Germany, the Habsburgs are ousted in Austria. All other countries, even those countries that are nominally remaining monarchical in order, are no longer monarchies because all power rests now with parliaments, and we have, after World War I, almost everywhere introduced universal male and female suffrage. All newly created states after World War I turn democratic republican. To give you here the newly created states: Poland, Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Hungary, Czechoslovakia. All of those originate after World War I. Come about as the result of the destruction of the Austrian-Hungarian Empire and Russia in particular.
Oh no, she fell asleep with G-Reactors in my office. No, I'm doodling, like I said, because I'm trying to actually focus, which means I'm ignoring you guys' chat. Like, I'm seeing you guys move, so like I'm like, okay, but like I'm trying to like, agree with it. Like, I agree that World War I is the end of civilization. I say World War II during like for simpler times because it's much easier to World War One. Because if you go back too far, then people start to kind of like lose focus. Like it's too far, way beyond their which are still alive. And look at the propaganda that came out directly to influence them, because it's not their faults that it's they're so fucked up. I mean, they are adults, all right, and they're near their deathbed, so I mean, there needs to be some responsibility, right? But all propaganda was curated to purposely one-shot them at the end of World War II, and you can definitely see the effects of it. But obviously, World War II happened because of World War One, and it was just like it was the process to get there. So he is correct that World War One is the more end of civilization things. It's just easier for the time scale side of things, and my own knowledge too. To be completely fair here, just to point to World War II. So, um, we should have got her to watch this newest talk where he rants about the Jays. That probably would have been easier for me to commentate on. Yeah, because right now, like like we said earlier, like this is something that you listen to. There's not much to commentate on, and that really irritates me. Let's just say irritates. It's a bit mean. But that really I don't know. Like I'm supposed to be commentating, right? I don't like just reacting and going uh-huh. Like, I talk about this all the time. Right? I don't want to sit here silently while the video plays. What's the point of this stream if I'm just not going to commentate or add anything to it? But like I don't know what else to really say. So I'm doodling. I'm trying to focus on what he's saying. So when there is a time for me to kind of throw in my 2 cents, I can. But so far there really hasn't been much. Other than the fact that the first 5 minutes of it, I know what like didn't even go through a ear out the other, like a straight up just didn't even hit the ear to begin with. So I'm hoping, since it is 40 minutes long, that he kind of re-explains some stuff so I can kind of catch up from that.
Okay, now let me just illustrate, so to speak, the predictive power of the theory that I presented by comparing the pre-World War I history with post-World War I history. First, taxation. During the entire monarchical age, there was a slight tendency for governments to increase the overall tax load. But for hundreds of years, basically, the amount of taxes collected by government did not exceed 5 to 8% of GNP, of national product. There existed no income tax, in practically no country in income tax before 1914.
Obviously, this is why Chatty's a fun a digital art pad, so multitools on screen. I have an iPad. I could probably figure out a way to actually, like, connect it to the screen that way. But the problem is, I don't really like drawing digitally. I like traditional. And I'm much better that way. I cannot draw digital. Like, I know what it is. Even my style seems to suffer and with digital. If I just did like typical like white page with black ink. I don't know, it's just much easier for me to do on traditional cuz I'm just so used to it here. So just I don't know. But I'm not going to get the ham cam out though. um there. What kind of stuff are you drawing? I don't know. I'm just gonna doodling. Like I'm just drawing a random dude right now. I'll probably add some hair to it. Do my typical male hairstyle just because it's just a doodle. Probably should have made this a female. Like made it like Lily, like my vampire character, or my own self, I guess. But I always draw males. I just like drawing men. I like men, believe it or not. So I usually draw male. Prismacolor fun win. I have a huge binder. I have a huge binder of Prismacolors set that I've had for years now that I do adore because I do love my Prismacolors because I like color pencils. There. Do iPads like finger painting? No, because I have Procreate and an Apple Pencil. So I have all the things that should do digital art properly because Procreate at least was the art like drawing app to use for the longest time, at least within the art community on Instagram. But like I said, I'm not good at it and I haven't practiced it. I'm not even good at regular drawing, by the way. I just doodle from time to time. I don't care what it is. We want to see it either. Well, okay. Usually see my doodles for the Happy Merchant tier, of memberships, like whether that be on YouTube or Ko-fi. That there are more than the Subby Bubbies and Rumble Premium. It's a specific thing that I offer. So I would be happy to share, but at the same time, it's a special thing for the Happy Merchant tier for members whenever I doodle. And I don't do it that often, so I'm not exactly good at posting for them, so I kind of want to save it for them since, they're literally paying for my doodles whenever I do actually do it. Anyway, back to the video, because it's not really commentating on the video whatsoever. And, I don't even know where we're at, I'll be honest. But anyway, if you do want to see my doodles, become a Ko-Fi member over YouTube and become a Happy Merchant there, and then join the Discord server to see them, and then contact the mod, and then you can see my doodles, including the one after stream. Well, haha, there we go, ha ha ha. Especially since I do doodle during the vampire campaign, once again, to help me focus. So I usually have something after the vampire campaign. So it's like every 2 weeks, Every couple weeks. Anyways, a little shill there.
And by 1900, even with the expansion of the franchise, the government size in all European countries averages no more than about 10% of national product. Since the onset of the democratic republican age, government taxes as percentage of GNP during the 1920s and 1930s increased to 20 to 30%, and in the present time, GNP or tax load as percentage of GNP has reached 50% within less than 100 years, after several hundred years of practically no increase in overall amount of taxes. If you look at government employment consisted of no more than 2 to 3%, almost through the entire monarchical age. There's several hundred years. Government employment nowadays, with, so to speak, free entry into the apparatus of government in all Western countries, is somehow between 15 and 20% of the labor force.
I bet that's so much higher these days in 2026. I mean, this is old. This little speech. But I forget what the statistic is, but I know the black population, specifically black women, have a huge percentage of working within the government themselves. That's a per capita thing within their own population. I'm kind of curious to see how many actually government agents, as the government keeps on expanding and never shrinking. Overall.
If we look at things like inflation, the monarchical age was characterized by and large by the existence of a commodity money. No single individual could be trusted, so to speak, having the monopoly of printing a pure paper money currency. The Republican age, however, where rule becomes anonymous. The Republican age has been characterized by, in the beginning, a gold exchange standard, which is a fake gold standard, and then finally by a pure paper money standard. If I compare, let's say, Great Britain being the leading financial power in the 19th century with the United States being the leading power in the 20th century, in England, for instance, under a commodity money standard, from 1660 to 1760, prices continuously fell. From 1760 to 1860, prices continuously fell. From 1860 until 1910, price index of wholesale price index fell from 100 points.
Oh, he's stuttering like I do, except it took him 18 minutes to do so, versus I do it within the first 30 seconds, but I appreciate that.
To 80 points. The money supply in Great Britain from 1845 to 1918, period of more than 70 years, increased about sixfold. If you compare this now with, so to speak, the new age, then you find this. United States price index, wholesale price index in 1921 was 113. In 1948, it was 185. In 1971, it was 255. In 1981, it was 658. And in 1991, it was above 1,000. So continuous increase in the money supply. If you look at money supply figures, you find that from 1918 to 1991, again, a period of 70 years, the money supply in the United States increased about 64-fold. It doubled from 1918 to 1939, then it doubled again by 1944, then it doubled again by 1959, then it doubled again by 1969, then it doubled again by 1977, then it doubled again by 1985, and it has doubled again in the meantime. If you look at debt and interest, during the monarchical age, government debts were essentially war debts. That is, during wars, debt was incurred, and because wars were frequently led, the overall tendency for debt was to increase. However, during peace periods, the debt load usually was reduced. England had, before World War I, a lower debt load than it had after the Napoleonic Wars. That is, for 100 years, a significant reduction in the debt load occurred. In addition, kings usually had to pay above market interest rates in order to secure loans, because people realized, of course, it is a tremendous risk to loan money to these guys. On the other hand, if you compare now the current way of current system of debt, you find that, first of all, debt now increases in peacetime and in wartime. There's absolutely no period when debt does not increase. And secondly, debt is now sold at actually below market interest rates, because governments can monetize their debt. They basically print up money in order to finance their debt. If we look at interest rates as a particularly interesting indicator, the secular trend of interest rates is to fall. If we go to the beginning of civilization, we find that in classical Greece, interest rates were about 16 to 18%. And the overall tendency was sometimes upward trends and sometimes downward trends, but the overall trend of interest rates was to continuously fall. By 1900, the interest rates in all European countries, minimum interest rates, were significantly below 3% and approaching 2%. If we compare this with the democratic Republican age, we find that during the Republican age, interest rates did no longer fall. Despite the fact that real incomes in the current times are higher, and we should expect that interest rates are lower, 20th century interest rates have always been above 19th century interest rates. Even if we take into account, for instance, the fact that at least from the 1970s on, there's an inflation premium built into the nominal interest rate, and we subtract this inflation premium in order to get some sort of estimate of the real interest rate, we still find that on the average, interest rates seem to be around 4 to 5% in the 20th century. This is, interest rates are now as high as they were in the 15th century in Europe. And save.
Isn't 4 to 5 interest rate now actually like a good thing? Like these days? Like, aren't interest rates like 7-8% last I heard? I'm not exactly sure because I don't have to worry with that kind of stuff because I live in my dad's basement, thankfully. Thank God. Going back to that person asked earlier, like, why don't I like, go out and live on my own? That's why. But like, I'm pretty sure like 4 to 5 interest rates actually considered good these days. Which is so sad to see. Like, yeah, this is the average, and like, no, and when he made this speech, like, that's the average, and isn't it crazy that our average is how much it was back in the 15th century? Like, this is ridiculous. And I'm like, wait, that's actually good. That's how much of how that's how bad everything's gotten so far. Is it extremely low now? Yes. 4% is pretty good. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure only the boomers really got like a 3 to 4% interest rate.
Things influencing, of course, interest rates. Savings in the United States are about 5% of disposable income, which is about the same savings rate as we had in 17th century England, when people were extremely much poorer than they are now, and it would have been obviously much more difficult for people to save then. Next indicator: law, legislation, welfare, and crime. Legislation under the monarchical age basically did not exist. Monarchs did not create new laws. They accepted the pre-existing private property law. They accepted for themselves also the rules of private property. In the meantime, of course, we have, just as we have paper money inflation, we also have now legal inflation. Every country in the meantime passes tens of thousands of laws every single year, creating, of course, a tremendous amount of legal uncertainty. Welfare.
Okay, so when he says they didn't really have laws, they just kind of kept the previous laws. I'm going to assume and make an ass out of me, and apparently him, not you, that it's because it's really hard to actually enforce those laws, because with monarchies, the king lived in his little castle miles away, and villages were so spread out that it would take days to arrive even on horseback. So if somebody didn't they would come around and harass people to pay their taxes, but other than whatever villages had their own little rule of law, there really was no, unless they didn't do anything specifically to spit on the king, it was pretty hard to actually enforce those things. Um, like, I would imagine. Plus, what's the point when the villages were actually pretty self-sufficient and that they had their own rule of law there? Like, that's my guess. Okay, chat's saying I'm being dumb about this. Yeah. He means that we didn't have any federal laws. Laws were mostly kept the cities. Each city handles its own laws. That's what I said. Why? Okay, I'm glad the femboys make me feel better about myself, because that's basically it. Like, the cities handle their own stuff. We didn't have, well, federal law. I wouldn't be using, I guess, the proper terms here. So, like, yeah, that's what I'm guessing when he said law. That's how I understood it. So I'm glad I understood that correctly then. So there would be no point for the king just to kind of pass a million laws a day, because there's no way to properly enforce them. Versus nowadays, because travel is so much easier, and we have a surveillance state and various other things in plan, it's much easier to do so, and the tendrils of society can infect even your home. There. And so now you have the federal, the state, the city, and the local, and then on top of everything at all. Laws when enforced locally. Nowadays, people bitch about lynching. Yeah.
Monarchies took in, on the average, as I said, during the 19th century, for instance, like 5% of national product, and spent 50% of this on military expenditures. Today, governments take in 50% of national product, and of that, they spend 10 to 20% on military expenditure, which would be about 5 to 10% of GNP, whereas monarchical systems spend 2.5% of GNP on military expenditures. But more important than this is the following. 50% of government expenditures are nowadays spent on social and welfare legislation, something that basically did not exist under the monarchical order. The consequence of welfare spending, I just want to point out one of the consequences. Welfare spending reduces the value of families. Again, for several hundred years, for instance, the birth rate was between 30 and 40 per 1,000 population. Slightly more in Catholic countries, slightly less in Protestant countries. In the 20th century, birth rates have fallen to 15 to 20 per 1,000 population. That is basically fallen in half. With respect to crime rates, you would expect, if you have...
I like how he's complaining about the birth rates, and once again, I'm assuming this was recorded in 1994 based off, I know my fat fucking head is blocking it. But I thought Hop was older than that, I'll be completely honest. So, but anyways, and now it's even lower than that. It's insane. And the welfare, once again, would be centralized, not centralized, be localized within the cities, not centralized within the monarchy or the kingdom that way. The king would have his taxes to basically build these grand works of art, to feed himself and the other nobles in the area, pay for the servants, pay for the upkeep of the castle, and various other things as well. I mean, it wasn't completely wasted, but it wasn't completely used either. Versus nowadays, they can just tax, and get more blow, because there's people actually relying on the federal for these things versus be the city would handle it before in the past. And not even the city. Like welfare in itself was delegated to the church and community. Like you would go to the church if you needed food, or assistance. That's where the orphans went back in the day too. Like, or you would have your neighbor help you out. You wouldn't be relying on daddy government for everything. There. He is still in fact alive. Well, he is? Oh, Hop was born in 49? Oh, I did not realize he was that young. I thought he was older. Your threats don't mean shit. They take 3 to 5 business days to arrive. Yeah, exactly. We're only having 4 kids per woman. Get your shit together. Now we're having 1 kid per woman, if that.
A flood of legislation going on, that this obviously causes, so to speak, an erosion of the knowledge of what is right and wrong. And you would expect that crime rates should increase. Again, that is precisely what you can observe. Crime rates during the 19th century, I rely on data from Bernstein and Wilson, crime rates during the 19th century essentially fell from year to year. However, from about 1950 on, that is, after you had some generations living under democratic republican regimes and under egalitarian feelings, from 1950s on in the entire Western world, you can see an uprise in crime rates. Finally, war and foreign policy. As I said before, monarchies...
I still want to know the demographics for that, but yes. When people are vying, even more so, for resources, but have no actual real way to like work together, and it's easier to commit crime these days, but also it's harder to commit crime at the same time versus back in the day under monarchies. Like the town could just lynch somebody for stealing a horse and that'd be no big deal. Nowadays, you have to go through the whole court process, and if you're a certain skin color, you're let go and released back on the street to commit more crime again, and various other things like that. People can't actually be held accountable for what they're doing, and that they're being held accountable for things that they shouldn't be. Like Shiloh Hendricks, once again. Like, things like that. No wonder the crime rates actually go up.
You would expect that a lot of their foreign policy consists simply in marriage policy. Let me just give you one example. The Habsburgs, which is a typical example. Could be a huge number of examples could be given. How monarchies expanded their territories. Maximilian, the emperor, who ruled from 1493 to 1519, married Mary of Burgundy and inherited the realm of Burgundy, which includes the western extremities of France and the Netherlands, through this marriage. And they had a son, Philip. Philip was married to Joanna, who was the heiress of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, and in this way they acquired Spain. These two had a son, Charles, who was then Emperor Charles V, who had a territory including Austria, Netherlands, Spain, and the American possessions. Wars were basically, during the monarchical age, inheritance disputes. There was intermarriage going on, and sometimes dynasties died out, and obviously then wars resulted over inheritance.
I have to go. Work is calling. Have fun with the rest of the stream. Don't forget the pat and ball. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you for stopping by. Have a good day at work, and thank you for the head pats. Thank you for the head pats. I like head pats a lot, especially when my brain hurts listening to old men that are smarter than me. It's great.
Inheritances. But because they were inheritance disputes, so to speak, they were always limited wars. They had clear-cut objectives. I want this. This is the throne I need. This is the town, or this is the province that I have to get. Let me just read you a quote from Guillermo Ferrero, a colleague of Mises during his time in Switzerland, who characterizes 18th.
Wait, Mises, is that the guy who the institute's named after, the Mises Institute? As I saw somebody in chat mention that Hop's been kicked out of the Mises Institute recently. So if he knows him or of him and references him for his speech and even got kicked out of it. That's funny how that works. Oh, hello, kitty. There. Oh, thank you, kitty. Okay, I might have to kick you out. I'm sorry, you're adorable and very cute, but you are destroying everything right now. Okay. I know. Okay, can you settle down? You can stay.
Century warfare. That basically applies also to the warfare before and even for 19th century warfare. And he says something like this. War became limited and circumscribed by a system of precise rules. It was definitely regarded as a kind of single combat between the two armies, the civil population being merely spectators. Pillage, requisitions, and acts of violence against the population were forbidden in the home country as well as in the enemy country. Each army established depots in its rear in carefully chosen towns, shifting them as it moved about. Conscription existed only in a rudimentary and sporadic form, soldiers being scarce and hard to find. Everything was done to ensure their quality by a long, patient, and meticulous training. But as this was costly, it rendered them very valuable, and it was necessary to let as few be killed as possible. Having to economize their men, generals tried to avoid fighting battles. The object of warfare was the execution of skillful maneuvers and not the annihilation of the adversary. A campaign without battles and without loss of life, a victory obtained by a clever combination of movements, was considered the crowning achievement of this art. The ideal pattern of perfection. It was avarice and calculation that made war more humane. War became a kind of game between sovereigns. A war was a game with its rules and its stakes. A territory, an inheritance, a throne, a treaty. The loser paid, but in contrast to this,
that was a video, not me.
Republican wars have always tend to be ideologically motivated wars and accordingly also total wars. That is, they had not limited territorial objectives. There are already plenty of examples for this in ancient history. Athens was extremely imperialistic and viciously brutal towards its enemies. The Roman Republic, let's say a guy like Caesar, was a ruthless imperialist. Switzerland, a republic, was famous during the Middle Ages for the ferocity of its fighters, and for a brief period of time it looked like Switzerland might become a major European power until it was finally put in its place and then remained as little as it is nowadays. Cromwell was nothing but a huge butcher. France, the Napoleonic Wars were extremely brutal. Also, for the first time, they had introduced mass conscriptions. The armies reached sizes that they had never reached before. The Civil War in the United States, a typical example of an ideologically motivated war, again used mass conscriptions and ended in huge butcheries. And World War I was the next example of this. Let me just quote General JFC Fuller, one of the leading military historians, how he summarizes, so to speak, the difference between monarchical wars and democratic wars. He says something like this. The influence of the spirit of nationality, that is of democracy, on war was profound. It emotionalized war and, consequently, brutalized it. In the 18th century, wars were largely the occupation of kings, courtiers, and gentlemen. Armies lived on their depots. They interfered as little as possible with the people, and as soldiers were paid out of the king's privy purse, they were too costly to be thrown away lightly on mass attacks. The change came about with the French Revolution. And as armies became more and more the instruments of the people, not only did they grow in size, but in ferocity. National armies fight nations. Royal armies fight their like. The first obey a mob, always demented. The second a king, generally sane. All this developed out of the French Revolution, which also gave to the world conscription, herd warfare, and the herd coupling with finance and commerce has begotten new realms of war. For when once the whole nation fights, then is the whole national credit available for the purposes of war. Now let me come to a conclusion here. Since 1918 then, practically all indicators of high or rising time preference, that is short-term orientation, have exhibited a systematic upward tendency. As far as governments is concerned, democratic republicanism produced communism, and with this public slavery and government-sponsored mass murder even in peacetime.
Is he basically making the argument there that liberalism causes communism? Because that's, I mean, I know democracy and liberalism aren't the same thing, but they do go hand in hand, at least with the current era. And it does actually lead to communism. So, I'm just saying, he was a little bit ahead of the time. Or is that where Sargon got his whole belief that liberalism caused communism? Was he reading a bunch of Hop particular that made him believe this? Because, if so, based. um, there. Mises was Jewish too, but he should have Ayn Rand, so earn some points from me. I mean, who knows? It could be the token Jew, right? I don't know about this Mises guy, right? But, there is that 0.01% of the population that's actually good. So who knows? Maybe he is the token one, but I'm, once again, not exactly sure there. Just like Clarence Thomas is like the token black. Too much in a direction to get a totalitarian government. Well, that's the reason why. Since I was on Broken Crown earlier today, right, and Aiden and Spoon are both monarchists, right? That is the reason why I'm not a monarchist. Like, I understand monarchy worked great in the past, but it only worked, and for the reasons basically stated for it, because communication and travel, which go hand in hand, were extended significantly by days to weeks, depending on the situation. There. And so when you live in a modern age, if we had a monarchy, it would be no different than we have currently. If arguably a little bit worse, it'd be like authoritarianism on steroids. Because in the modern age, if you have a monarchy, it'd be like North Korea, essentially, where you could have a surveillance state that knows everything that you're doing. If you dare criticize the king or the dictator, you get sent to the chopping block. You have your social credit score, and it just be completely controlled that way. However, I guess you could maybe make the argument that if you have a benevolent dictator, that your life situation could be better, right? If one actually kicks out all the immigrants, puts them in their place, stops them from voting because there be no democracy, locks them in the kitchen, there could actually be benefits that even with that mass surveillance, you could still have your paradise, but you're never gonna have paradise. There's no such thing as an actual utopia. And so even if, you still could have, no immigration, popping out babies like crazy. But if mean words are considered, enough to get you thrown into jail, well, the monarchy is going to be able to do that too with the modern technology. Like, there's going to be zero difference there. So, like, there's no proper, with the technology that we have today, there is no solution. Like, that's the reason why I haven't really come to a solution. One, I'm not smart enough, right? I'm not well-informed, I don't read enough books, but also because based off the things that I do know currently and the logic, there's no way out of this unless we actually burn it all to the ground and go back to a feudal society where you have to go on horseback and it would take a week to arrive to the next town. Because we do have, like, there's something called flock that I learned recently. These flock devices, which the whole entire point is to actually track you. And it's an international database that they have. And the argument is just for security. But it's definitely not for security. They can track you with your license plate. See when you went to the store. See when you went to the gun store. See when you picked up your kids. Various other things as well. And they can get basically every single detail on you just by simply where you drive and by your license plate. It's not the same as like how some states allow you to take a picture of your license plate number when you speed on the highway, whatever case is, and then you get a speeding ticket through the mail, which I think that's too far, in my personal opinion. But this is actually literally, they're placed around cities, and they literally track you that way. So they know everything about you, a huge violation of privacy. And unfortunately, I learned about them recently, and my town recently got some. So I saw them in my grocery route that I take, and I was like, great. So now the government knows where I go get my groceries. They know I got a period pastry for my dad and I, and various other things that I did when I was going around and about. yesterday. I was like, great, lovely. And I flipped them off. I'm like, well, now they know that I flipped them off. So, it's I'm probably losing some social credit score because of that too. There. There, you do this with your phone, by the way. I have no surprise there. I have no surprise. But when you add it all together, like, there's no way to escape this, whether it's democracy, monarchy, some sort of authoritarian dictatorship of whatever flavor you want, Hitler or Stalin. Like, there's no way out of this. No matter what government form that you have, there will always be some sort of oppression, and you're not going to be able to get your city-states ever again because of this. Colorado has implemented those on one of their highways, started at 10 miles per hour. Now they moved them down to 6. Over, and now they want to expand them more places. That sounds fucking awful. Like, I mean, obviously speeding's against the law, and I advocate for following the law here at the Amalgamation Retard Station, but like, the fact that the government can just track you everywhere you go to figure out if you're breaking laws, or, for the case of safeties, or this, I can't. Like, that's a huge breach of privacy there. Are you ignoring time preference of all? A monarch has a low time preference, which leads to less government. Democracy is high time preference, leading to more government. Plus, the people are more oppressed to a king, meaning that would be more likely to resist any growth of government. Okay, maybe I'm not understanding you correctly with the ignoring time preference thing, but how can a monarch have low time preference? Like, can you explain time preference in this context to me specifically? Because I'm going to once again assume here, that it means the amount of time that they have to actually implement various things. A monarch has their whole entire life, and then it gets passed down to their kids. Democracy is not one person. It's a organism, a disgusting organism that lives eternally. So I can definitely see the argument there, but one person's lifespan is still a long period of time, regardless, of it. If anything, can add more slights to insult the king. He's shitposting? He's not shitposting. Sleepy is really serious about this kind of stuff. Like, this is his bread and butter. For all his faults of being a femboy, he does deeply care about philosophy and various things like that, and he's quite knowledgeable about it. Which, now I need to go wash my mouth out with soap for giving him a compliment here. Time preference is the value put on time. I mean, yes, I can understand that, but how would a monarch have low time preference? Because they have their whole entire life. Like, if we're talking from the surveillance context here, you got low and high time preference backwards. I did. You could take away the ability for states to spy on citizens by destroying the state. Disavow. True, but disavow. Okay. So if I got low and high time preference backwards, see, I'm trying to parse through what he's saying so I can understand this a lot better. And I'm probably making myself look like an even bigger idiot than I already am in the process. But I do legitimately actually want to understand this here. Read Sleepy's last message. More about the J stuff. Mises was Jewish, and so was Rothbard, but Rothbard was anti-Semitic, AO based. He was friends with people who said it wasn't 6 million, and the Western powers were to blame World War II and to support David Duke. He is also very against Israel and said the mainstream media has any actions against Israel is anti-Semitic. Okay, how does this have anything to do with time preference? I mean, he sounds pretty cool about Mises and stuff. Or at least sorry, Rothbard, whoever that guy was. But like, my mind is 6 million was totally real and true, guys. Basically, low time preference, long term planning, high time preference, short term planning. Oh, okay. Okay, dumb Floyd moment. My apologies. Okay, I get it. So, okay, if the monarch has low time preference, there's long-term planning because of his lifespan. That makes sense. Versus government has short-term planning. Okay, so this is basically where the government has that the politicians in charge in government get in. They have like, let's say, four years before they get kicked out again. I know they can last longer than that, but we're going to use 4 years as an example. 4 years to get in, and because you can't exactly do too much in 4 years, then they just kind of sit there and just collect the money, make things worse, or take the money from lobbying, whatever the case is, to fill their pockets. And then when they get kicked out, they're much richer because they're always richer in that case. And then carry on with their lives and don't actually solve anything, and usually make things worse because they're being lobbied to make things worse. Whereas the monarch has the whole entire life, and they have their reputation at stake. They have their family passed down everything, and so therefore they actually have to be quite um, astute and aware of what they're actually doing, and so it doesn't ruin their reputation, doesn't ruin their kingdom because they have lots of investment there, and doesn't ruin their future family. Okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense then. But since Sleepy did write a paragraph, I'll read his explanation. Okay, so time preference is basically how forward-thinking you are. A person with high time preference is very present focused, not caring about the future. A low time preference is more forward-thinking. When a monarch is king, he has to think about what is going to happen in his rule. If he fucks up, he's going to get his head cut off and doesn't think about his kids. He doesn't want his kids to die, so he keeps everything working well, less government and low time preference. Okay, basically what I said. Basically what I said there. Which is understandable, but regardless, it doesn't really matter if you have a surveillance state like a dictator. Because look at North Korea. Once again, that's probably the best example with Kim Jong-un. That's more or less the same thing as a monarchy. You have your supreme leaders being passed down from generation to generation. He's planning on heading his daughter over the keys, which God knows how that's going to work out there because she's a woman. It's a huge surveillance state. The people are poor as shit. They're living horrible lives. They're constantly fleeing huge, horrible oppression overall. And it's still, it might not be a monarchy and the normal sense of it with a king, and a castle, but it works very similar, if not basically the same. There's no how long-term preference happens there because they can do whatever they want because the people can't do jack shit to them. There. And this is coming from someone who used to say high IQ, low time preference back in the day. I still haven't memorized it. Yeah, because low time preference, with low being like a negative thing, it makes you think that like you don't actually like your time, but it's when it's the opposite. So I can guarantee you, chat, I can guarantee you that in the future, I will get these confused again. Because I don't use the terms enough, and I don't see the terms enough either, so... And I'm dumb. I'm very dumb. I'm 112 IQ midwit, and that's based off the internet test that I took on stream, okay? And it's probably... And plus there's a 15-point standard deviation happening there, so... Probably a lot less. However, I will defend myself. It has to be above 90, because I can at least understand patterns. I have pattern recognition. But that's about it. That's about it. Hey, I'm all in chat. Just finished working a 12.5-hour shift. How's it going? I'm tired. Holy shit, dude. Please rest, eat, sleep.
Fascism, National Socialism, and lastly and most enduringly, social democracy, or what the United States, what is called increased in frequency and in brutality, and the process of political centralization has advanced further than ever before. Internally, democratic republicanism has led to permanently rising paper money inflation and increased protectionism and migration controls. Even the most fundamental private law provisions have been perverted by an unabating flood of legislation and regulation. Simultaneously destroyed through welfare legislation, and accordingly the number of children has declined and the rates of divorce, illegitimacy, single parenthood, singledom, and abortion have increased. Rather than rising with rising incomes, savings rates have been stagnating or even falling. In comparison to the 19th century, the cognitive prowess of the political and intellectual elites and the quality of public education have declined. And the rates of crime, structural unemployment, welfare dependency, parasitism, negligence, recklessness, uncivility, psychopathy, and hedonism have increased. The consequence then is, what can we do about it? Can anything be done to prevent the process of decivilization from running its full course, so to speak? And what? Above all, I would think that the idea of democracy and democratic rule must be delegitimized. Ultimately, the course of human history is, of course, determined by ideas, whether they are true or false. And just as kings could not exercise their rule unless a majority of public opinion accepted such rule as legitimate, so democratic rulers cannot last without ideological support in public opinion. Likewise, that transition from monarchical to democratic rule has Europe accepted monarchical rule as legitimate. And today, hardly anyone would do so. Indeed, the idea of monarchical government is considered to be laughable nowadays. The legitimacy of monarchical rule appears to have been irretrievably lost, nor would such a return be a genuine solution, at least by identifying democratic republicanism as the source of decivilization. Which is the ultimate source of human civilization. And strategically, so as to promote the delegitimation of democracy and at the same time advance the supreme legitimacy of private property, contractualism and individual responsibility, ideological support should be given to all decentralizing or even secessionist social forces. For a territorially smaller government makes...
Okay, sorry, give me 1 second. My cat's causing chaos again, and it's making it hard to draw, which means I'm focusing on fighting my cat and drawing and not on what he's saying. So my apologies, I kind of missed a little bit of that. But anyway, carry on.
For moderation. And only in small regional communities does it become possible for elites, for natural elites to emerge, whose voluntarily acknowledged authority can lend legitimacy to the idea and institution of a pure private property system or a pure private law society as the answer to monarchy and democracy. Thank you very much.
Okay, so once again, oh no.
I first want to explain.
That's not what I want. There we go. Okay, so once again, dumb Floyd. This is very dense speech. I feel like this is something I got to like re-listen to again so I could actually like parse through it better when I'm instead of like actually absorbing the knowledge, but I'm just making excuses because woman. I don't know. Cause like here, I don't really know what to add to this because everything he's saying is basically true. Like it's not much the dumb woman can really add, right? After all, women just repeat what men say. And everything he said is literally factually true as far as I'm aware, and you can see the difference from the before World War One into World War One, the evolution into World War Two, and now into modern society, as things has gotten so much worse. And oh my god, my cat's being cute. Sorry. She went from being causing chaos and being a nuisance to being absolutely adorable. God damn it. This is why I usually have her in my office for streams. But she snuck in when I took my pee break earlier, and I just didn't want to kick her out. So anyways, just the matter of what to really do, because like yeah, you're saying in chat here, you can't just tear it down, gotta replace it with something better. The problem is, what do we replace it with something better? Like, it's just like there's no solutions. Which, to be fair, some people criticize those that well, critique the system but don't offer any solutions, and I don't think that's really. I can understand the sentiment, but I don't think it's actually that big a deal because I mean, let me rephrase that there, because I think you can criticize the system and point out the problems. You're not obligated to give solutions, but you should, if you're smart enough, um, and clever enough. You should offer solutions if you can figure that out as much as possible. And I do think Hop is probably actually smart enough, though. I know somebody mentioned the Hoppy in city states, which this is apparently where that phrase actually comes from, which I'm learning. I'm learning, chat. Be proud of me. I might not understand everything, but I deserve head pats anyways because um um there. But what was I saying? But yeah, you don't have to give solutions, but it's definitely better because. But then again, maybe I'm just defending myself because I don't know what solution it is. Like I said, I don't support monarchy. Like I said, Larry explained why it turns into dictatorship in the modern age. I'm not a communist. I'll jump out of my helicopter myself before that happening. Um, Authoritarianism, well, I'm definitely, a little, I like to flirt with that. I do understand that it can easily turn to a dictatorship, and you have to, once again, you're requiring a benevolent dictator, and authoritarianism has the same faults that monarchy does in the modern age, so it's not going to be perfect. The only thing is that it'd be, instead of being passed down from generation to generation, it could be a little bit more meritocratic. Possibly. Depends on how it's set up, but that's a little bit risky-disky in itself, too. So then, what other solutions do you have? Because city-states are thrown out the window with the modern age. What kind of civilization can we have in the modern age with how we're progressing that actually functions? Because every single thing has some sort of major flaw. And I get it's probably like, oh, lesser of evils, right? You could choose the best one. Well, right now, the democracy, thanks to feminism and liberalism, which is communism, just a couple stepping stones, beforehand, has meant that we're having a white genocide going on here. We're being actively replaced. It's not a conspiracy theory. It's actually happening. And it's not getting any better. We're not having birth rates. We're getting, the Indians are taking our jobs. They're turning the freaking frogs gay. And we're not getting our mass deportations either. So, I definitely don't want democracy that means white genocide. Monarchy could possibly fix that, but surveillance state. But then again, it's an if, right? Or at least, well, democracy is guaranteed. So I guess it probably would be best to place your bets on the horse for the if, right? And just kind of wait and see. Same with authoritarianism. Communism also means death of white people too, so that's guaranteed. But still, we need a merit-based system. That would be great, but that's only temporary with our current system, or with our current morals. Because liberalism got us here in the first place, where meritocracy went out the fucking window, and now we're in the situation that we're in. But liberalism is actually a white belief because we were too smart for our own good. There. Avoid oppression, be the oppressor. Democracy is the current system we're in. We need to make our fixes or transition within the system. I mean, we could try to fix it, or but yes, we have to do it within the system. Yes. How so? Well, that's a different question. Because clearly, we have to actually vote our way out of this. He doesn't really believe in a state. He believes in a covenant, communities, and private property enforcing objective law. He has a book called Democracy, the God That Failed. Oh, he's the one that wrote that book? Okay, that's on my reading list. But like, once again, my reading list is endless, so there. But that sounds nice, if possible. But I don't think it's possible in modern age, that's the problem. Yes, it was the Mensa test for my IQ, by the way. Sorry, Rumble Bros, I know I always ignore you. AI is gonna do something before we can find an adequate solution. Maybe. Actually, you know what? Here's the ultimate black pill, but at the same time, it's the white pill, right? Right? The ultimate doomer, doomer philosophy, that gives you light and then like suicide, right? You know how like people who decide to commit suicide turn out to be like before they die, like they'll kill themselves, are like really happy all of a sudden because they finally feel like all their burdens are set free. Okay, this is the equivalent, right? AI and robots are going to wipe out humanity. Not just white people, humanity as a whole. And so therefore, we don't have to worry about anything. We don't have to worry about birth rates. We don't have to worry about rounds. We don't have to worry about global warming, we don't have to worry about the politicians. We don't have to worry about going to the moon. We're all gonna die anyway because the robots are gonna kill us. Oh. Not saying I support that, because I'm a huge, like, I'm definitely terrified of, like, the robot invasion for that reason. But, you know, I don't know. You're too pessimistic about technology. What can I say? I'm a Luddite there. But I'm just basing like, okay, I got that idea from the Rumble Bros chat. AI is gonna do something before we find an adequate solution. But probably not gonna happen. Well, honestly, whites will probably be wiped out before the robots come at the rate we're going. There. Cringe Reddit atheist mindset. Merit-based system's not without fault. I mean, true, but it's not like the worst thing there. Only if woman ideas enter AI does it kill us all. That'd be a very slow death, I'll be honest. Suicide doesn't take away the pain, it passes it on. I'm not actually being serious about that. I mean, okay, it is true that a lot of people who do decide to commit suicide do actually become very happy there at the end, because they feel like their burdens have been melted away. And then obviously they regret it in the moment because, well, the human body revolts against actually, killing yourself because it goes against your everything biology stands for. But other than that, it wasn't actually serious. Voting needs to be limited and removed from the indolent and retarded. Starship Trooper citizen methods worth a try. I still cannot get behind service guaranteed citizenship. No. Like, I still advocate for white men that are married with at least one kid. Don't have to own property, because these days it's almost impossible to own property, so that would be the ideal. And probably would maybe, like, I don't know, bring it in later. Possibly. I'm not exactly sure here. I'm not completely against it. My only issue with the property holding part is the fact that Bill Gates owns the vast majority of land in the United States, and that's just Bill Gates by himself. I don't know. I'm scared for everybody, for the other million and billionaires that own a shit ton of property and control the votes that way. But once again, no system is actually perfect. But then as for service in itself, right? The problem with service, at least once again going based off our current society, is the fact that we have browns in it and we have women. And so that means if you just need service to get involved with it, then you can still have browns voting, you can still have women voting, because all you need to do is citizen service, right? Whether that be active military service, or nursing, or firefighting, or police force, whatever the definition of service ends up actually being. That is, because some people, when they talk about, they just mean military, some actually mean, actual, like, public aid, whatever the case is. Once again, they are still allowed to vote because of that. And I just don't support that. I just can't, because now also another problem too is the fact that like in the current day, we do reward people for joining the military. They get free college, or significantly their college mostly paid for. They get health benefits. They get other benefits and other things. They get a ton of different little rewards for joining the military, right? And a lot of people just join the military just to get their college paid for, but they don't actually care about protecting the country. Like, there's this one Caleb Hammer clip I watched, where it was a brownoid, no surprise there, joined the military for the college aid, but strongly hates America, got himself in a shit ton of debt, pro-immigration, the whole 9 yards. But he only joined the military because of the free college tuition there. So I don't really want to reward people just for trying to abuse the system. There. So we would need some, if we were to allow the service aspect of things, it needs to be quite strict as to what kind of service. And once again, I guess who can vote? Because, like, I don't want browns voting. I don't want women voting. I don't want trannies voting here. Like, just because they serve in the military or a nurse or whatever the case is. Like, there. That's why most people join the military. Yeah, my brother did it. My brother joined the military so he could get college tuition. I was trying to convince to join the military for the same fucking reason, and I said nope. I could have gotten a scholarship based off my school shooting expertise, and I did it. Because I didn't want to join the military. 2, I didn't want to go to college, and 3, I didn't want to actually do it for school shooting. So. There's also the fact that people are giving green cards between the military now. I did not know about that, and that makes me really bad, and so I'm going to ignore that, or else I'm going to go on a rant. 1 vote per household? Yes. 1 vote per household. Because the woman can't vote, the man represents the household, he's the leader of the household, that's it. There, that's about it. So, the point of the bribe is that most will take the bribe and losses will be less than the gains. I get it, and I'm not saying people shouldn't... I'm not saying people shouldn't join the military and not get some sort of kickback or benefit from it, because they are willing to sacrifice their life for the country. But we need to either put stricter standards on who can join the military, which I'm not against that because women shouldn't be in the military. Women shouldn't be police officers. Women shouldn't be anything physical. They clearly cannot handle it. Literally, they're physically not able to handle it. On every single scale. Mentally, they can't handle it either. They're just not good with stress like that. So that would solve a lot of problems right there if they just got, kicked out of the military like they should and put in the impregnation camps instead. Where was I going with this? Bribes, rewards, yes. So that would help. But, or maybe just make it just for those who actually see combat get the benefits. And if you get a cushy office job, not as much. You can maybe get some sort of benefit, but not the full mile. Because obviously those cushy little office jobs with logistics, strategizing, trying to build more military weapons. So I guess that's what Raytheon is for. And various other things are still very important for the military. So you don't want to dismiss them. You still want to reward them in some way, shape, or form. But save the prize, right? Save the grand prize for those that actually go to almost die. But it's hard. It's hard here. Yeah. Let's give all the women in service 500 milligrams of testosterone monthly. Do you want them to go into roid rage? This is a surefire way to fuck them up. There. Warhamster is a hot ex-military flesh tuber who doesn't agree with the 19th Amendment. Okay, that sounds pretty based. About women on the internet, so thought. Did you see the study that women/men brains see punishment doing for wrong differently? Women's brain trigger the same for guilty as innocent? Yep, I have heard of that and seen that before. So more reason to get them out of politics. And other places of power in general. Oh, thank you! Cthulhu loves you for the $20 dues over Rumble. Thank you. I appreciate the support, especially over on Rumble. I'm sorry I constantly cuck you guys, but I do actually really like you. Especially for when we do, like, the Rumble only streams. There. Disaster for women is cringe. True. Actually, there was one thing I saw on Twitter that would be funny if it would be possible, but I don't actually advocate it because it would be bad. But it was, so there was some debate about, like always, there's always a debate on Twitter about women being hoes and sluts because, I know, like, apparently, I'm not gonna get into that, right? But there's like, okay, another, like, right-wing Eva turned out to be a whore, okay? Another day that ends in Y, right? And then it turns out to be a feminist too, complaining about the whole, men sexualizing women and all the other fun stuff. And I learned in the whole process that, apparently, when it comes to men and testosterone, like, they just really do want to fuck everything. And I don't mean this like disregard, like, this is not like a bad thing, by the way. I'm not trying to be disrespectful or rude or anything about it. It's literally just because how testosterone works. It makes you just really horny a lot of time, almost all the time, especially when you're younger and going through puberty. And because men are used to it after time, they learn to actually like how to handle it properly, control themselves. Yeah, you know, the tells, the signs, you know, like the whole no reason boner is a thing for a reason, right? No reason is a thing anyway. Like the various things, they learned how to deal with the process of just being, you know, horny a lot. There. And then women, on the other hand, don't have testosterone, and so they don't understand how men can be so, I don't want to say hypersexual, and that's not the right term, but men can really just fuck anything. Once again, I'm not trying to be like mean or just like a feminist with the whole like fuck everything. Like, it's not actually a bad thing, right? Men are meant to reproduce. One man can impregnate 10 women, but only one woman can be impregnated by one man. So like, it's done on purpose. There. But basically testosterone's the one that's actually making them be so horny. And so if women actually take testosterone, like, I'd be curious to see like how horny they would get in the process there. Women on testosterone become very horny reportedly. Oh, okay. I was just like rambling there, and then turns out one of the Rumble Bros already basically said it. It took me like 5 minutes to get through that thought process, and then he just straight up said it. So Amal drops my T levels because of how attractive she is. True, I do that to everyone. That's what happens when you're Indian. One of the biggest easy fix buttons would be cutting off remittances, bangings, and rental/purpose property of immigrants. Agreed. But that's not gonna happen because they actually want these people to be here to vote for them. There. I'm not trying to sugarcoat the whole thing. It's just that I'd be lying if I said otherwise, I guess. But, like, I don't want somebody to, like, clip this or whatever the case is, or misunderstand me and be like, oh, Amalgamyte's actually a feminist because she thinks men just want to fuck everything. Ew, disgusting. Like, no, that's not the problem there. It's just kind of how men are naturally because of the testosterone. It's not like a bad thing because they learn how to regulate that, which is why Muslims can't stop raping, which is why you can find a Muslim get like 10 of his fucking friends and then rape a British girl for that reason, because they haven't actually bothered with regulating it because their culture and their IQ means they don't actually have to bother with it. Like, it's not like a bad thing. I just don't want people taking me out of context here because for that reason. Jesus, is there anything you feel hopeful about? What do you mean? Like, what was the thing I said within the past, like, 2 minutes? Because I know Kick responds immediately. YouTube has a 15-second delay. There. I don't know what I said was so blackpilling. But, I mean, to answer your question, I mean... I'm trying to think. I guess not really. I really am a I was like, what do I actually feel hopeful about? Nothing? I was like, I don't know. I don't want to say I'm so like Vanta blackpilled, but like, I don't know. Like, I don't think we're all gonna die tomorrow, right? Like, I don't think it's the, you know, it's over, right? There's no point in living. I'm not like that bad. But like, I do know we're not solving any problems in America and the West with our current system. I mean, okay, Restore Britain is something to be hopeful about, but that's like 3 years away. So there's something, right? I'm thinking about my personal life, and I'm like, I mean, I hopefully one day I get like a boyfriend and get married and have kids. I mean, that's something to be hopeful about, you know. But that takes time and process. Like, even if I get a boyfriend now, then it's still gonna be a couple years before like marriage even happens. So everything's like quite far off. Right now, I'm just kind of existing at this point in time. Like, I wake up, you know, I stream, play Fire Emblem. I need to get back into actually being like productive on the channel a little bit more, because that is something that I do need to do. I had projects and they've all kind of like fizzled out more recently. Like, you know, I'm just existing. And nothing's good. Like, I mean, I don't say nothing's good, because there are like good things, right? But like, the question is there anything I feel hopeful about? I guess Restore Britain. You know? Oh. Don't let yourself stagnate is a death trap. Yeah, it's been kind of a rough month recently in my personal life. So that's like the main thing. Things are getting better. And so like I'm recently like I guess returning back to normal. I've like been more motivated. I've been a bit more active, getting stuff done like IRL. I need to focus that attention at the stream so I can actually finish the projects that I started and stuff. So there's that. But like my dog recently has been acting strange again. So that does worry me a bit. So those that the old heads know, last year my dog had a health episode that lasted a few months where I honest to God thought he was gonna die. Thankfully he got better, but he never returned 100% back to normal. He was like 90 to 95% normal. And then recently the past week he's been acting strange again. Not the same as it was last year, but similar at the same time. And I'm just like, you know, I'm just waiting for that day where I wake up and he doesn't wake up. Or something along those lines. So there's that. You know, that's I regret asking, it was mostly a joke. Well, like you see, I'm a woman and you can't joke around me. I take everything seriously. Thanks for the head pats. It's okay, chat. Like, I will let you know. I will know that, you know, when the day does happen, don't expect me to stream for like a month, because I will probably be just yeah. But in the meantime, once again, just existing. So thank you, Useless Rabbit, for the $5 radios. Thank you. Never mind just some pesos. Well, I appreciate the pesos. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. That's really sweet and nice of you. Yeah. Especially since I'm starting to like get all depressed and stuff. Which I should probably stop while I'm ahead. I didn't mean this to be like a pity party here. Like, I'm sorry, chat. I shouldn't. I should have a little bit more self-control. Wait, is me apologizing and saying I should have self-control making it more of a pity party then? Okay, don't. No. Okay, I really should actually stop while I'm ahead. Well, it's okay to be sad? Well, I'm not, like, even sad. Like I said, I'm just existing. Like, that's, and, like, I don't know. It's okay, let it out, girl? Like, I don't know. You guys are being too nice. You guys are being too nice. I'm sorry. I shouldn't be like this, really. Because, like I said, there's nothing bad happening in my life, other than my dog is a concern. But, you know, he is old, so it's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time. In a lot of ways, last year with that health scare that I had with him, I kind of like mourned the loss of him. It's kind of weird. Like, I kind of already have accepted his death. Though I'm sure when it actually does happen, it will still probably break me, but anyways. Fuck you, Boyd! Is that any better? Yeah, there we go. Yeah. See, don't be nice to me. Be mean to me. That's much better here. A rock can exist just fine. In fact, it is better than most of us. Is that enough? I mean, it is enough for our rock, right? It serves its purpose. Anyways. This kind of talk makes me want to give him all shaken baby syndrome. Hey, that would, I mean, that would probably be good for me, honestly. Anyway, sorry guys. You know what? You know, I'll just end stream here. We're already quite a bit over, and I'm reading all the presso and shit. So not exactly the best way to end stream. My apologies. But I don't know how to really fix it from here. So I'm gonna be sending everybody, YouTube, Kick, and Rumble. Rumble's on the cuck chair this time around. Be happy for them. To Oko, who is playing Mixtape tonight. He's been paid by his chat to play. Well, I say play, but it's not really a game we can really play, right? And if it's still possible, I was planning on joining him because he invited people to join the commentate on the game, but it looks like already a lot of people have joined, so I don't know. I may or may not. But if it gets too full, I usually don't like to join because it's like, I don't know, too many people. I don't want to be, yeah, anyway. So yeah, everyone's going to Oko tonight. He's not really political, especially, you know, so, and don't be too spicy, you know, follow the rules, be respectful, be good to the octopus there. Thank you everybody for all the vigorous spankings, subby bubbies, and donuts. You guys were quite nice tonight. We kind of got all over the place with the topics. Kind of did all over the place with the topics. So I hope you enjoyed at least a part of it there. And I will see you guys on Friday at 2:30 p.m. EST for Floundering Friday, where we probably will just be talking about other random stuff too that comes up, because I usually don't like to do game streams on Fridays. There. So yeah. Oh, before I leave, thank you, Useless Rabbit, for being a Diddy Blood. Thank you. I really appreciate it. It's very kind of you for becoming a member and joining me for the members only streams. Hell yeah. Okay, and with that, I will see you guys Friday. Why?
I mean, hey, if Pac-Man affected us as kids, we'd all be munching magic pills and listening to repetitive electronic music, am I right?